Chapter 328. And what? Zuf frowned slightly and asked. He felt that there was something hidden in this person's words. The cultivator was silent, but his eyes flashed with endless hatred. If not for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would have used all his strength to attack Ziyue. At this moment, the more Ziyue asked, the more unwilling he was to speak. I hate the look in your eyes. Since you don't want to speak, a cold glint flashed in by Ziyue's eyes as he said softly, then don't say it ever again. Oh no, how dare you? Amidst the continuous exclamations, the divine sword that was floating around Ziyue rushed out again and disappeared in a flash. Even Fang Ping, who had reached the middle stage of the Aperture Awakening realm, could not block Bai Ziyue's sword. Even though Bai Ziyue was caught off guard, everyone could feel the power and terror of the sword. Poof! Without any surprise, the flying sword pierced through his head and directly pierced through his head. What about you? You're not going to speak? Bai Ziyue turned his head to look at another cultivator in the 9th layer of the refinement stage. You're dead. You're dead. The senior brother looked terrified, and his eyes were filled with hatred. However, his tone was very crazy. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Great Elder and Second Elder of the Tao Accomplishment Sect have planned to come here to inspect. They'll arrive in a day or two. When that time comes, it will be your death. Not to mention that you're now far away from the Morning Sun Sect. Even if you really escape back to the Morning Sun Sect, you won't be able to escape death. Oh, Ziyue's eyes turned cold, and a sense of arrogance rose in his heart. The Great Elder and Second Elder of the Tao Accomplishment Sect came together? Why would they come to this desolate and remote Demon Ridge mine for no reason? There was only one possibility. That was him. Obviously, the Tao Accomplishment Sect did not give up on the great immortal martial handprint and the Zhou Tianyin spell mirror. Previously, the sect master of the Tao Realization Sect had returned empty-handed. This time, the Tao Realization Sect had clearly learned their lesson. They had sent the Great Elder, who was stronger, and the Second Elder, who was not weaker than Zhou Qing. Most importantly, there were no more experts from the Choyang Sect coming to rescue them. Therefore, Tao Accomplishment Sect was determined to win this time. When he thought of this, the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He hadn't even gone to look for them, but they couldn't wait to make a move on him. Even though he had expected that the Tao Attainment Sect would not miss out on the news of him coming to the Demon Ridge mine, the other party's quick reaction still angered him. The piercingly cold, killing intent was like a cold spring in the underworld, chilling to the bone. Everyone do it. The cultivator saw that Ziyue's expression was not right. He misunderstood that Ziyue was about to attack him. Under endless fear, he quickly shouted, "Wang!" Layers upon layers of formations were quickly activated. Suddenly, there was a repulsive force acting on Ziyue's body. It was as if he was superfluous in this world. He seemed to be out of place. There was also an endless pressure of spirit power acting on his body, causing his every move to be much more difficult than before. His strength had been suppressed down to 80%. At the same time, the dozens of cultivators and hundreds of martial artists around him moved together. Although Ziyue had killed Fang Ping with one strike, which shocked and terrified them, they instinctively thought that Ziyue had only succeeded in a sneak attack. His true strength was not as strong as they had imagined. He was far from being as strong as Immortal Master Fang Ping. They were confident that if all of them worked together, with the help of the formations, it was possible that they could kill Ziyue. Many celestial instruments, flying swords, flying sabers, long spears, sharp awls, and all kinds of talismans and dharma spells turned into streams of light, attacking Ziyue fiercely. Many martial artists lit up their weapons and turned them into saber and sword lights respectively, sweeping toward Ziyue. You're digging your own grave. Ziyue raised his eyes, revealing a trace of coldness. He did not want to continue the fight, but since the other party dared to attack, he would not show any mercy. He held up one hand and opened it slightly. In the void, the sound of spirit power surging violently was heard, stirring up heaven and earth with a sizzling sound, sending out violent waves. A huge, clear handprint appeared in the void. It became clearer and bigger. Whoa! Heaven and earth trembled as the palm struck out. The formation that enveloped the entire Office of Mines seemed to be nothing in front of this incomparably huge palm print. With a slight vibration, it was easily torn apart. Bang! 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 Countless array bases, array discs, and array flags were quickly torn apart and turned into fragments, losing their functions. The handprint did not lose its momentum and went to meet the numerous attacks. Boom! 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 It was as if it was crushing dry weeds. Flying swords, flying sabers, talismans, dharma spells, sword chi, saber lights, all the attacks collapsed the moment they touched the handprint. Countless celestial instruments were thrown away, and some of the low-level ones even broke apart directly. At least 7 or 8 martial artists spat out mouthfuls of blood and became dispirited. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, the handprint fell on the main hall in the distance. The magnificent hall that was protected by the formation began to crumble rapidly, turning into a pile of rubble that fell to the ground. At the same time, a flying sword flashed and disappeared like a dragon swimming in the sea. Puff! 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 Almost in the blink of an eye, 3 cultivators at level 9 of the Qi refining stage died quickly before they could even scream. It was not until the 4th supervisor of Tao Accomplishment Sect's mining administration that he realized the flying sword had landed on him and let out a scream. Run! The sudden defeat terrified all the people of the mining department of the Tao Accomplishment Sect. Without any hesitation, everyone fled in all directions. They had completely lost the will to resist. How is this possible? How is this possible? Didn't he rely on a sneak attack to kill Master Immortal Fong Ping? With this kind of strength, this kind of terrifying power, even if he fought Master Immortal Fong Ping directly, he would have the upper hand. They were horrified and shocked beyond words. It was not until now that they realized Ziyue's strength was not only not weak, it was terrifyingly strong. He was even stronger than Master Immortal Fong Ping. My spiritual energy is now at 95 million points. Ziyue was about to continue his attack when he glanced at the spiritual energy value and finally stopped. It was satisfying to kill these people, but it would cause his spiritual energy to break through the 10 million mark and automatically upgrade. This was not a pleasant feeling. Consume 150,000 points of spiritual energy to ignite 5 acupoints. Ignite. With a thought, Ziyue once again consumed a small amount of spiritual energy. In an instant, among the many acupoints in his body that the purple Qi visualization technique was operating, another 5 acupoints were quickly ignited and shone brightly. His aura also became thicker and thicker. The immortal techniques that he had kept hidden were now completely exposed. Middle stage, enlightening realm. He's in the immortal techniques realm of the middle stage, enlightening realm. A cry of alarm rang out. Everyone's faces immediately turned ashen. Some people even gave up on struggling and knelt on the ground in despair, shivering. They did not expect Yue to have already broken through and reached the middle stage, enlightening realm. I want all of you to leave the Spirit Stone Quarry within 2 hours. Otherwise, all of you will be buried with me. However, Ziyue had already lost interest in pursuing them. After saying this indifferently, he soared into the sky and left swiftly on his sword kinesis flight. More than 10 minutes later, Ziyue arrived at the Spirit Stone Quarry of Chuyang Sect. The quarry's steward, who had been eagerly waiting, quickly came forward to welcome him. Lord Inspector, what did Immortal Master Fong Ping say? Is he willing to give in? One of the stewards asked impatiently. The hearts of the others sank. He had returned so quickly, and Ziyue's expression was not bright. Instead, it was gloomy. Without asking, it was obvious that the negotiation had fallen through. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. Who would be willing to give up something that was already in their mouth? If Ziyue went alone, he would not get any good results. They are not willing. Ziyue said. As expected, the others understood. So, I beat them until they are willing. In a while, I will send someone to the opposite side to take over the quarry. Now, The entire quarry will belong to our Chaoyang sect. I don't think they will dare to stop us. Ziyue continued. Beat them until they are willing? You can even send someone to take over the entire Spirit Stone quarry? Are you serious? Everyone was shocked and somewhat in disbelief. What about Immortal Master Fong Ping? Is he not here? One of the stewards asked hurriedly. Immortal Master Fong Ping was a powerhouse in the middle stage of the Enlightening Realm. Before Wu Zhonghui was injured, he had to show weakness when facing him. He had to be with Inspector Wang and use the Chaoyang sect's name to be unyielding. If the other party did not agree, even if Ziyue used his strength to force Dao Accomplishment Sect's Office of Mines to agree, it would not be of much use. Fong Ping? He's dead. I beat him to death. Bai Ziyue said casually and ignored them. He strode forward and headed straight for the inspector's residence in the spiritual stone mine. Immortal Master Fong Ping is dead? One of the stewards widened his eyes. Lord Inspector Bai beat him to death. They were shocked. However, looking at Ziyue's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Could it be true? But how was that possible? They were skeptical. Then, they looked at each other. They did not see any joy on each other's faces. Instead, they looked extremely worried. If it's true, then when Dao Accomplishment Sect investigates, that's a big deal, Li Yao said. Immortal Master Fong Ping is dead. Dao Accomplishment Sect will definitely send someone to investigate and take revenge. Dao Accomplishment Sect is not far from here. If they're fast, half a day. If they're slow, they will only need a day to get here. Even if the news gets there, it will take time. At most, 2 days, and Dao Accomplishment Sect will send powerhouses here. It's over. I thought it would solve the problem, but in the end, it led to a disaster. What should we do? Chapter 329. Sure enough, a man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. I thought I still had time to slowly improve and lay out the plan calmly. I didn't expect the Dao Accomplishment Sect to act so quickly. In the inspector's mansion, Ziyue's face was gloomy. He did think that the Dao Accomplishment Sect would get the news when he arrived at the Demon Ridge mineral vein and attack him again. However, he never thought that they would be so fast. The great elder of the Dao Accomplishment Sect, Su Chaofan, and the second elder, Guozheng Chun, are both at the peak of the Enlightenment Realm. Especially Su Chaofan, it is said that his strength is even stronger than the sect leader of the Dao Accomplishment Sect, Zhou Qing. He has already started to accumulate and prepare to enter the God Realm. The two of them together have a strong combat power beyond imagination. It is definitely the biggest crisis I will encounter. The degree of danger will be even more than when I met the sect leader of the Dao Accomplishment Sect, Zhou Qing. Moreover, this time, there will be no rescue. Life or death, there will be an inevitable result. Ziyue took a deep breath and felt a heavy pressure on his face. Fortunately, I am not completely defenseless. Bai Ziyue still had a certain degree of confidence in his heart. If he did not have more than 9 million spirit energy in his attribute panel, he would not have hesitated at all after receiving this news and would have immediately fled. Confucius said that 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Confucius also said that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. Confucius also said that where there is life, there is hope. Naturally, he would not joke about his life. However, the Dao Accomplishment Sect would never expect that he would have such a heaven-defying item like the attribute panel. In the case of sufficient spiritual energy, it could make his strength increase rapidly. More than 9 million spiritual energy was enough for him to make a shocking improvement in his strength. At the thought of this, he hurriedly looked at his attribute panel. Who knows what kind of tricks the opponent will have this time? Therefore, I need to improve my strength in all aspects. When my martial arts reach the peak, it can also make my strength change dramatically, especially when the 9 revolutions Xiantian art reaches perfection. It can allow my attacks to have 9 layers of force stacked on top of each other. Perhaps I can unleash an unexpected effect. Ziyue thought about it carefully, especially when he recalled the time when he encountered the sect master of Dao Accomplishment Sect, Zhou Qing, and the other party's tortoiseshell-like defense. Even now, when he thought about the defensive capabilities of the immortal martial-colored glazed light, he still felt astonished in his heart. He knew that with his current abilities, it would be difficult for him to break through it in a short period of time. As for the first elder and second elder of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, they must have practiced the immortal martial glazed light. Since the two tortoiseshells were blocking him, he naturally needed a method to break them open. In his opinion, when the 9 revolutions Xiantian technique was perfected, the superposition of the 9 forces might have an unexpected effect. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Spend 119,356 soul points to upgrade the 9 revolutions innate technique to perfection. Upgrade. After making up his mind, Ziyue chose to level up without hesitation. Bang! At that instant, an endless amount of energy flowed within Ziyue's body. The 9 revolutions Xiantian technique was activated at a crazy speed, continuously expanding his meridians and dantian, while refining and compressing the energy, causing his strength to increase rapidly. Within that short period of time, he felt as if he had gone through more than 1,000 days and nights of unremitting bitter cultivation. The experiences, understandings, and methods of using various cultivation techniques all became part of his reserves, his accumulations, and they flowed and settled in his heart. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, a full minute later. Only then did Bai Ziyue recover from this feeling of continuous improvement. He also received all the increase in his strength. Peak Xiantian realm. In terms of martial arts, I've reached the peak of this realm, and there's no way for me to improve any further. Ziyue felt a hint of surprise and disappointment in his heart as he sensed his current strength. Xiantian Realm Pinnacle was on par with Aperture Awakening Realm Pinnacle cultivators. Even though Zhang Xian's fighting prowess paled in comparison to Aperture Awakening Realm Pinnacle cultivators, it was due to this that his thought process, eye of discernment, comprehension had improved significantly. In other words, for the same martial arts, such as the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique, I'll need 1 or 2 days to reach the beginner stage before the breakthrough. But now, due to the increase in strength and the increase in efficiency of comprehension, I'll only need half a day to achieve this. The same goes for the cultivation of other spells. The speed and efficiency will be greatly improved. Ziyue's face was filled with anticipation as these thoughts flashed across his mind. If he could reach the beginner stage of the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique before the people of the Tao Accomplishment Sect arrived, he would be more confident. Following this, Ziyue's gaze landed on the Orifice's Awakening chapter of the Purple Qi visualization technique. In terms of martial arts, it's not that easy to reach the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm. Even though I've already ignited 60 acupoints, I'm still short of 309 acupoints. In other words, I'll need at least 27 million points of spirit energy. It's obviously not enough. Moreover, there's hope of reaching the beginner stage of the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique in a short period of time. I'll also need to reserve some spirit energy in case I need it. So, for the time being, I only need to raise my martial arts to the late Aperture Awakening realm. That'll be enough. Ziyue calculated in his mind and quickly made a decision. I'll spend 315,000 points of spirit energy to ignite 105 acupoints. Ignite! Instantly, the 105 acupoints all over Ziyue's body shook at the same time and emitted a fluorescent light. Following this, waves of terrifying spirit energy suddenly appeared and flowed wantonly in his body, turning into violent and turbulent rivers. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, they quickly opened and ignited all the acupoints in his body. Boom, boom, boom. The vibrations of the acupoints being opened caused the void to explode. Under the pressure of the powerful aura, the air became viscous and motionless like water. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 300 breaths, he let out a long breath and opened his eyes. I've reached the late Aperture Awakening realm. Even though I've just broken through to the late Aperture Awakening realm, my strength has undergone a tremendous change. In terms of realm, I may not be as good as the sect leader of the Tao Accomplishment sect, Zhou Qing, but in terms of combat strength, I've already far surpassed him. At least in terms of attack, I have a great advantage. Whether it's the great immortal martial handprint or the seven demons' true fire, I can unleash unimaginable power. I can even shake his immortal martial glazed light. If I really face the Great Elder and the Second Elder of the Tao Accomplishment sect, I'm not completely powerless. Ziyue's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and his confidence was greatly boosted. I still have 45 million spirit energy left. I'll save it for now. The Great Elder and the Second Elder of the Tao Accomplishment sect will need at least half a day to get here, which is 7 hours. This period of time should be enough for me to cultivate the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique to the entry level. Even the immortal martial true body might be able to reach the entry level. At that time, when these two techniques reach the perfection stage, my combat strength will definitely increase again. Especially the immortal martial true body, which can amplify the great immortal martial handprint, will definitely increase my offensive strength to an astonishing level. Ziyue was secretly looking forward to it. He did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately began to cultivate Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique, Immortal Martial True Body. There wasn't much time left for him, so he didn't even care about the consumption of his origin energy. He used his soul energy to recover as much as he could and cultivated. Bit by bit, he increased the cultivation speed of the two soul arts. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, time passed just like that. Suddenly, when the 5th hour came, Ziyue's body shook. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. I've reached the entry level of the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique. Then, when the 7th hour came, Ziyue's body moved again. The immortal martial true body has also reached the entry level. The entry level of the two techniques, one after another, made him extremely happy and excited. Demon Ridge Mine, Chaoyang Sect's General Mining Office. A figure of a young man in black, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with an indifferent expression, suddenly landed here on a flying shuttle. Who is in charge of this place? Why aren't you coming out to greet me? The person who came said in an indifferent voice. Naturally, someone with sharp eyes had already entered the General Mining Office to report. Soon, a group of people came up to greet him. Immortal Master Dugu, why are you here? When Zhang Hanxing saw the person, he recognized that it was the elite disciple of the sect, Dugu Zui. He was instantly shocked and said hurriedly, Inspector Wu Zhonghui greets Immortal Master Dugu. Inspector Wang Ming greets Immortal Master Dugu. At that moment, Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming happened to be there, and they hurriedly greeted him. Like Dugu Zui, they were all immortal masters of the Aperture Enlightening realm, but Dugu Zui's strength was much stronger than theirs, and he was at the peak of the Middle Aperture Enlightening realm. Just the fact that the other party was an elite disciple was enough to make them feel inferior. After all, no matter how hard they worked, they would only be ordinary outer hall elders in the future. Dugu Zui, on the other hand, was at least an inner hall elder. What's more, he might even become the leader of the sect. For the next period of time, I'll be in charge of this place as the chief inspector. This is my position token. Dugu nodded slightly and threw out the position token. Greetings, Chief Inspector Dugu. Everyone immediately greeted him respectfully. In the Demon Ridge Mine, there was indeed a chief inspector above the inspector who was in charge of managing the mini mines here. However, perhaps because the Demon Ridge Mine was located in a remote area, those who were qualified to apply for this position were unwilling to come. Most of those who wanted to obtain this position were not qualified, so it had been vacant for many years. Who would have thought that Dugu Zui would take it this time? Where's Ziyue? I remember that he took up a position here. Was he the supervisor of this place? Also, what's the situation with the two of you? You look like you've been badly injured. Did someone hurt you? Dugu Zui asked casually, taking a deep breath and suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes. This Both of them were a little hesitant, unsure of Dugu Zue's intentions. In particular, when the other party asked about Ziyue, as soon as he opened his mouth, their hearts inexplicably sank. Could it be that the elite disciple of the sect, the current chief inspector, was also on good terms with Ziyue? Chapter 330. Director Gudu, why are you looking for Ziyue? Wu Zhonghui asked tentatively. There's a score that I need to settle with him. A cold light flashed in Gudu Zue's eyes. Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming, who had been paying close attention to Bai Ziyue's expression, were immediately reassured. Joy appeared on their faces as they hurriedly complained with aggrieved expressions. This Bai Ziyue is definitely a person with wild ambitions. Not only did he fill his own pockets, but he also took the spirit pith of the earth that we were going to offer to the sect. He also forcibly took over the spirit stone mine that was under my management. There were at least 2 million low-grade spirit stones in the treasury of the spirit stone mine. I reckon they have already fallen into his hands. We only said a few words, but he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Not only did he not listen, but he also attacked us. The injuries on our bodies were caused by this. Being greedy by nature, he even snatched our storage bags. He was no different from a bandit. Not only that, but because of his overbearing behavior, he finally provoked Immortal Master Fong Ping from Dao Accomplishment Sect. You also know that we have some animosity with Dao Accomplishment Sect over the Spirit Stone Mine. In the end, Ziyue was furious and killed Fong Ping with a sneak attack. How could he do such a thing? Although Dao Accomplishment Sect is not as powerful as Chaoyang Sect, their mountain gate is nearby after all. They will definitely pursue this matter to the end. For us, this is a disaster that can overturn the heavens. Before you came, we were actually going to discuss returning to the mountain gate and asking the sect leader to make a decision. Now that you are here to uphold justice for us and relieve the pressure on Ziyue to go to Dao Accomplishment Sect to apologize, the entire Demon Ridge Spirit Stone Mine will be cleared. Wang Ming also hurriedly opened his mouth and said excitedly. Because of Ziyue's previous oppression, the two of them had long held a grudge in their hearts. They had already sent the impeachment letter to the sect. This time, they gathered together in the General Office of Mines, and indeed, they had planned to return to the mountain gate. Of course, other than planning to file a complaint, they also thought of avoiding the limelight for a while. Otherwise, they were really afraid that the Dao Accomplishment Sect would be angry and kill them. They hadn't expected that before they could make up their minds and the sect's response, Guduze, who was obviously hostile to Ziyue, would show up. For some reason, they were overjoyed. At the very least, their safety was guaranteed, right? No matter how angry the Dao Attainment Sect was, would they dare to attack Guduze, an elite disciple of the Chaoyang Sect and the direct disciple of the Great Elder? It seems that Ziyue's crime is really hard to record. Guduze said with an indescribable tone as a bright light flashed in his eyes. He clearly knew that Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming were capable of distorting the truth. After all, Ziyue had only been here for a few days. No matter how absurd it was, it couldn't possibly be as outrageous as they said. However, he had come here to cause trouble for Ziyue in the first place and to avenge Fairy Hongchun. Therefore, he had no intention of exposing him. Instead, he eagerly said, "Since that's the case, let's make a trip there and take him down as soon as possible so that we can clear this place." This, Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming immediately looked hesitant. They said hesitantly, "Sir, look at our injuries. You don't have to do anything. What are you worried about? Besides, I'm not familiar with this place at all. Of course you have to lead the way." Guduze said disapprovingly, Yes, we'll go now." The two nodded their heads, not daring to decline further. In the ruins of a collapsed hall, a spacious flying shuttle was suspended in the air. A group of 7 people stood on the shuttle. Their auras were as deep as the ocean, giving off an intimidating aura. These 7 people were all immortal masters of the Aperture Enlightening Realm. The two-peak aperture enlightening realm cultivators leading the group were the great elder Su Chaofan and the second elder Guo Zhengchun of the Tao Attainment sect. As for the other five, their strength was not weak either. They were all in the aperture enlightening realm, and there was no lack of mid-stage or late-stage aperture enlightening realm cultivators among them. The arrival of so many experts naturally shook the entire office of minds of the Tao Attainment sect. Almost everyone was dispatched to welcome them. What's going on? Among the 7 people, a middle-aged cultivator with a fair complexion who seemed to be in high spirits asked with a gloomy face. Great Elder, Second Elder, Fifth Elder, Seventh Elder. Half a day ago, Yue of the Qiang sect suddenly came to our place and forced us to retreat from the Spirit Stone Vein. Because of a disagreement, even immortal Master Fong Ping was killed by him. One of the stewards stuttered as he spoke. Ziyue? Even Great Elder Su Chaofan was shocked. The others narrowed their eyes at the same time, revealing a look of surprise. They had told the public that they were here to inspect the Spirit Stone Vein, but the real reason was Ziyue. What's going on? Second Elder Guo Zhengchun asked as well. Therefore, the steward quickly explained the cause of the incident, the reason, and the process. The other stewards beside him also supplemented and restored the story one by one. He's too arrogant, too arrogant. I didn't expect that he would attack our Tao Attainment sect before we could even find trouble with him. If you don't kill the snake, you'll be harmed instead. Back then, the sect leader couldn't get rid of him in one fell swoop, which led to the current disaster. Fortunately, as long as we kill him this time, we will still be able to make it. Even so, judging from his past performance, we can't underestimate him. Back then, he was able to escape from the sect leader. Although the sect leader had scruples and didn't make a big fuss about it, it's enough to prove that his methods are not ordinary. Now that his strength has broken through to the enlightening realm, and in just a short month, he has advanced to the middle stage of the enlightening realm. His strength must have increased greatly. Therefore, we must treat this with caution. We can't fail miserably. That's right. Ziyue must have other treasures on him besides the Zhou Tianyin magic mirror, our Tao Attainment sect's most treasured treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the middle stage of the enlightening realm in just a short month. Also, his ability to burst out for a long period of time and stimulate his potential must be supported by a secret treasure. We thought that the sect leader had sent so many of us to take him down because he thought too highly of him. But now, it seems that it's not without reason. After a round of discussion, everyone put away the contempt in their hearts and became cautious. When the stewards heard this, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. That Ziyue escaped from the sect leader's hands? And that was before he broke through to the enlightening realm. The Great Elder and the Second Elder's group of 7 are also here for Ziyue. What is his background? Why is he so important to our Tao Attainment sect? Also, the Tao Attainment sect's most treasured treasure? The Zhou Tianyin magic mirror? When did the sect have such a treasure? Why haven't they heard of it? Countless questions arose in their hearts, but they didn't dare to voice them out, let alone ask them. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately. We can't let him escape. In the end, the Tao Attainment sect's great elder, Su Chaofan, made the final decision. I've learned the basics of the Divine Firmament's 5 lightnings and immortal martial true body. Finally, my several hours of crazy cultivation were not in vain. Ziyue took a deep breath and then looked at his stats interface. Spend 12,000 soul energy to upgrade the Divine Firmament's 5 lightnings to lesser mastery. Spend 240,000 soul energy to upgrade the Divine Firmament's 5 lightnings to greater mastery. Spend 480,000 soul energy to upgrade the Divine Firmament's 5 lightnings to perfection. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade them one after another. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After a full 5 minutes, he had completely accepted all the cultivation insights regarding the Divine Firmament's 5 lightnings. From there, he could completely unleash the strongest power of this Dharma spell. Then he didn't stop. Spend 350,000 soul energy to upgrade the immortal martial true body to perfection. Upgrade. Compared to the divine firmament's 5 lightnings, this is a pure lightning Dharma attack. The immortal martial true body is a defensive Dharma spell that combines immortal Dharma and martial arts. Its effect is several times stronger than my indestructible golden body art. It is not inferior to a defensive Dharma spell at all. Most importantly, the immortal martial true body can complement the great immortal martial palm print and greatly increase the power of the great immortal martial palm print. Zeus slowly opened his eyes and compared it to the great immortal martial palm print. He couldn't help but be moved. Before he had upgraded the immortal martial true body to perfection, his great immortal martial palm print could at most be on par with the sect leader of the Tao Attainment sect, Zhou Qing. But now he had far surpassed the other party. He was even confident that with the current power of the great immortal martial palm print, he only needed one palm to break the other party's tortoise-shell-like immortal glazed light defensive Dharma spell. Great immortal martial palm print and immortal martial true body. Next, I only need one more immortal martial Tao Attainment Dharma spell. If I can master this immortal martial Tao Attainment Dharma spell, the power of my great immortal martial palm print will soar again. It will break through the limitations of Dharma spells and be comparable to a divine power. Going against the odds and slaying immortals will not be impossible. Zeus let his imagination run wild. He was full of anticipation. The immortal martial Tao Attainment Dharma spell happened to be the ultimate technique of the Tao Attainment sect. He believed that as long as he followed the order step by step, he might have a chance to obtain this Dharma spell. He was even determined to obtain the immortal martial glazed light. This time, I have used a total of 19 million points of spiritual energy to upgrade the 2 Dharma spells. In addition, I have used 260,000 points of spiritual energy to cultivate the Dharma spells during this period. So, I'm left with 4 million points of spiritual energy. Then, Zeus' eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of satisfaction. 4 million points of spiritual energy was not a small number. Chapter 331. 4 million points of soul energy was already considered abundant. Therefore, he thought for a moment and tapped on the Purple Chi visualization technique's enlightenment page again. Spend 1050,000 points of soul energy to ignite 35 acupoints. Ignite. He chose to ignite without hesitation. Instantly, Bai Ziwei felt the 35 acupoints in his body tremble slightly and emit light. Then they were broken through and ignited. Boom, boom, boom. The acupoints opened and let out a trembling sound. As they shone, not only did they nourish and strengthen his physical body and origin energy, but they also became more powerful. It also caused his aura to become more vigorous and powerful. As his strength increased, it also caused his divine sense to rapidly increase. It took quite a while for it to stop. In this way, the number of acupoints in my body that have been ignited has reached 200. My strength shouldn't be at the bottom of the late-stage aperture awakening realm. Bai Ziwei thought to himself before shifting his gaze to the attributes panel. Name: Dua Martial Arts Realm. Peak Khanate Realm Celestial Technique Realm. Late-stage aperture awakening realm martial arts. Invincible Golden Body. Khanate 9 Transformation Technique Perfected Martial Arts. God Vanquishing Saber Technique Perfected. Immortal Martial Palm Perfected Celestial Technique. Purple Chi Visualization Technique. 200369. Wufang Pure Essence Technique Perfected. Immortal Martial True Body Perfected Technique. Talisman Technique Perfected. Wondrous Jade Alchemy. Perfected Spiritual Arts. Ice Flame Perfected. Spiritual Art Instinct. Stun Spirit Spike Perfected. Lightning Fall Perfected. Morning Sun Swordsmanship Perfected. 100 Steps Wave Treading Technique Perfected. Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light Perfected. 7 Evils True Fire Perfected. Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Perfected. Single Sword Breaking All Techniques Perfected. 54%. Dual 5 Elements Shield Technique, 48%. Divine Earth Escape Technique, 45%. Invisibility Technique, 3%. Soul Energy, 295,3732 inch. I still have 295 million points of soul energy. However, a great battle is about to happen, and I need to save some soul energy. So, I'll keep it for now. Maybe it will have an unexpected effect. Maybe even decide the outcome? Ziyue thought to himself. Just as he was about to look away from the attributes panel, his expression suddenly changed. My soul energy suddenly increased. Soul energy plus 49,332. Increased again? Soul energy plus 107,828. Soul energy plus 192,415. Ziyue was bewildered as he looked at the continuously jumping values on his attribute panel. In a short period of time, his spiritual energy had increased by 350,000 units. It's been confirmed. Ziyue hasn't left the mine. Everyone, get ready to set up the formation. As night fell and dark clouds covered the sky, Su Chaofan said in a deep voice, "Yes." Instantly, many figures rushed out of the shuttles and flew on their swords, quickly spreading in all directions. Apart from Su Chaofan and Guo Zhengchun, the other 5 immortal masters flew out at the same time and soon circled around the entire Spirit Stone vein. Then, they each took out a formation plate from their storage pouches. The 5 of them together had a total of 5 formation plates. Not only were the spiritual energy fluctuations strong, but their grades were also extraordinary. Moreover, these 5 formation plates belonged to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As they were activated one after another, there was a slight fluctuation of the formation rippling out. As the formation connected, it quickly formed a 5 elements formation. It's almost done. Next, we just need to locate the formation plate and take out the formation eye to suppress it. Then, the 5 elements dragon trapping formation will be officially formed. At least we didn't alert the enemy and attract Ziyue's attention. Guo Zhengchun was slightly delighted as he spoke. Generally speaking, even if Ziyue was not weak, it should not be difficult for them to kill him with their means. However, what they wanted was to capture Qin Wentian alive and force him to hand over the cultivation method of the Grand Immortal Martial Palm. As for the Heavenly Expansion spell Mirror, they were not worried, because as long as Ziyue was dead, the treasure of their sect would naturally fall into their hands. The 5 elements dragon trapping formation is a superior second-grade formation. With 5 aperture enlightening realm immortal masters and the 5 elements formation plate as the formation base and a superior spiritual weapon, the immortal binding rope as the formation eye, even with my strength, it is impossible to break out of the formation in a short time. Moreover, with the 2 of us here to support the formation, it is almost a sure thing. Su Chaofan also said with confidence, unless the person trapped in the trapping array had reached the deity realm, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from the trapping array, especially this kind of high-level trapping array. Even he himself would find it difficult to achieve this. The real weakness of this formation was outside the formation. Ziyue was already in the formation. Now, it could be said that there was almost no chance for him to turn the situation around. Oh no, there is a flying shuttle approaching us at a very fast speed. Suddenly, a somewhat panicked voice was heard. At this moment, the 5 elements dragon trapping formation was at the most critical moment. The slightest fluctuation of primordial chi could even make it difficult to form the formation, and all the previous efforts would be wasted. Not to mention that the flying shuttle was extremely fast. If it crashed into the formation, it would definitely break the formation. Don't stop. Leave the rest to us. Guo Zhengchun instructed and hurriedly controlled the flying shuttle to meet it. The flying shuttle that was approaching belonged to Gudu Zhe, who had come to take up the post from the Chuyang sect. In addition to Gudu Zue, Wu Zhonghui, and Wang Ming were among them. They came excitedly and couldn't wait to hold Ziyue accountable and take action. Just then, they bumped into the group of people from the Tao Realization sect who were setting up the formation. In the dark night, seeing the flying shuttle coming aggressively, Wang Ming hurriedly stepped forward and shouted in a stern voice, "Who are you? Stop!" However, what greeted him was a glittering flying sword that looked like a stream of water. In order to take action against Ziyue this time, the Tao Realization sect had made many preparations and didn't allow for the slightest mistake. Guo Zhengchun also didn't want any irrelevant people to disturb their operation. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take action as soon as he got close. And he used all his strength as soon as he took action. The sword light flashed, as light as a ripple, but extremely fast. Without a sound, it had already pierced viciously toward them. "Watch out!" Wu Zonghua's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly warned. Guduze also activated the protective formation on the flying shuttle at the first moment, and said hurriedly, "I am Guduze, an elite disciple of the Choyang sect." "Senior, is there a misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding." Guo Zhengchun sneered. Boom! The ripple-like flying sword slammed into the protective golden light of Gudu Zue's flying shuttle. It tore the protective golden light apart almost effortlessly, and the remaining force didn't diminish at all. Poof! In his panic, Wang Ming only had time to tear up a middle-grade 2 protective talisman on him, but didn't have the slightest effect, and was quickly pierced through by the sword. He was dead. This sword strike was too fast and too decisive. Not to mention Wang Ming. Even Guduze, who was already at the peak of the middle aperture awakening stage, only sensed it when the flying sword was about to hit him. This aura, this strength. Peak aperture awakening stage. Why are you attacking us? Wu Zonghue's expression changed dramatically, and he roared angrily. In front of this kind of existence, he was already injured, and apart from the spirit weapon flying sword connected to his heart and soul, he didn't have a single defensive item. Even if he was in perfect condition and at the peak of his strength, the outcome would still be the same. "I can only say that you're unlucky." Guo Zhengchun narrowed his eyes, and the flying sword that had pierced through Wang Ming's head flashed again. It was like a continuous spring rain, strung together to form a bead and streaked through the air. "No!" Wu Zonghue roared. The flying sword in his body had just rushed out, but before it could block it, his head had already been pierced through. After killing 2 Aperture Awakening stage Immortal Masters in a row, Guo Zhengchun's expression didn't change at all. Overflowing with killing intent, he tapped the flying sword again. Buzz! The smoke was like rain, rippling through the sky. "Guo Zhengchun, is your Tao Attainment sect going to war with our Chaoyang sect?" Gudu Zue roared. When all was said and done, he was an expert at the peak of the Middle Aperture Awakening stage. Wang Ming and Wu Zonghue couldn't compare with him in terms of cultivation and battle experience. When he recognized the identity of the person who had attacked them, an umbrella-shaped spirit weapon immediately rushed out of his body and transformed into a huge defensive umbrella that enveloped him completely. Then, he hurriedly stabilized the flying shuttle under his feet. With a steady stream of elemental energy gathering in his body, the speed of the flying shuttle instantly increased, and he swiftly fled in the direction of Guo Zhengchun. Although Gudu Zue was proud and aloof, he knew his own limits. He wasn't even at the late stage of the Aperture Awakening stage, and had no way of resisting a peak Aperture Awakening stage expert. If he continued to stay here, he would undoubtedly die. Thus, his seemingly vicious attack was actually to ensure that he could escape smoothly. Clang! There was a deafening sound as the flying sword ruthlessly struck the golden saber. With a clang, the golden saber was immediately sent flying. Then, the flying sword's remaining force didn't diminish as it ruthlessly struck the umbrella-shaped magic treasure. Very quickly, it tore a hole in it before retreating without accomplishing anything. I blocked it. Gudu Zue was overjoyed. He was about to continue controlling the flying shuttle to escape when he suddenly felt that the entire world had suddenly turned white, as if a layer of light had suddenly exploded in front of his eyes. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly saw a small silver sword, like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, ruthlessly stabbing at him. This sword was so fast that he couldn't react at all. This sword was so unconstrained that he couldn't even judge the trajectory of this sword. Even his mind seemed to be drawn in by this sword, and he couldn't break free. Thus, he could only watch as this sword grew larger and larger in front of his eyes. Poof! The umbrella-shaped spirit weapon was instantly pierced through, and the flying sword's remaining force didn't diminish as it directly pierced through his head. Gudu Zue was dead. Chapter 332. At this moment, Su Chaofan, the first elder of the Tao Realization sect, made his move. Not only was the sword extremely fast, but it also involved some special mystery. Gudu Zue's struggles and tricks were useless in the face of such an attack. The result was self-evident. Are they here? Ziyue's expression changed, and his body immediately shot out like a bolt of lightning. Although he was delighted by the surge of his spiritual energy, combined with the intense spiritual energy fluctuations around him and the impending danger he was facing, he knew exactly what was going on. The people of the Tao Realization sect were here, although he still did not know who the three waves of spiritual energy came from. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ziyue had just rushed out of the inspector's residence when rays of 5 elements light suddenly descended, as if forming a huge cage that covered the sky and quickly enveloped him. It was the 5 elements dragon-trapping formation. Formation? Ziyue was shocked. Almost like a conditioned reflex, his divine sense surged, and the evading divine sword turned into a ray of light that rapidly bombarded the light membrane of the formation. The supreme-grade spiritual weapon flying sword, driven by Ziyue's extremely condensed and vigorous spiritual energy as a cultivator in the late aperture enlightening realm, completely unleashed the power of the evading divine sword. This sword was fast to the extreme, and its power was also tyrannical to the extreme. It's useless. The 5 elements dragon-trapping formation itself is a superior second-grade formation. With the support of 5 enlightening realm immortals, even a cultivator in the peak enlightening realm would not be able to break this formation in a short time, let alone you who is only in the middle enlightening realm. A faint but confident voice sounded from outside the formation. It was incomparably indifferent, but it was clearly heard from outside the formation. Boom! There was a loud bang. The flying sword ruthlessly pierced the formation. The thick layer of the formation shook slightly, and the power of the sword was completely blocked. This attack? How is it possible? You've broken through to the late stage of the aperture opening realm? In an instant, the voice became somewhat bewildered. He had not expected by Ziyue's strength to make another breakthrough in such a short period of time. He had directly advanced from the middle stage to the late stage of the awakening realm. Compress the formation and end the battle quickly. We can't let such a monster grow any further. We have to take him down as soon as possible. Soon after, his voice became resolute. Faintly, there was a trace of shock and awe in his voice. They knew very well that it had only been a month since Ziyue had broken through from the 9th level of the Qi refining stage to the aperture enlightening stage. It was already shocking enough for an ordinary cultivator to break through to the middle stage of the aperture opening realm in such a short time. Late stage aperture awakening realm, it was almost impossible. This was true even for cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots. In the end, Ziyue did it. The speed of growth of such a monster was too fast. It was too shocking. How could they not be shocked and panicked? Wong, Wong, Wong. As soon as he finished speaking, the formation, which was hundreds of feet wide, was rapidly compressed and shrunk. As the void shook, the thickness and power of the formation membrane also increased to a certain extent. What's going on? Is there an attack from an expert? Run! Such a huge commotion quickly attracted the attention of many miners and stewards in the Spirit Stone vein. Looking at the shocking scene in the void, they were all frightened. They felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. 7 Aperture Opening Realm Cultivators? I didn't expect the Dao Attainment sect to mobilize such a large force just to deal with me. Ziyue's face was gloomy. His body shook and a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, the Yuan Li and Xiantian True Qi in his body quickly combined and condensed together to form a faint golden special force. This faint golden special force rotated and rolled according to a special wave. In an instant, a huge illusory figure of a person suddenly appeared on Ziyue's body. It seemed to have walked out from the depths of the void. It turned from illusory to solid and slowly condensed into a solid form. Immortal Martial True Body. This figure was the ultimate technique of the Immortal Martial sect, the Immortal Martial True Body. The moment the Immortal Martial True Body completely appeared, Ziyue's eyes moved slightly and he immediately slapped out with his palm. Following his action, the Immortal Martial True Body also appeared at the same time. The huge and majestic palm print was condensed to the extreme. It seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth as it ruthlessly slapped towards the formation. Boom! The void shook and the formation membrane let out a violent sound. The spiritual light constantly flickered and weakened, almost to the extreme. In the end, it was as if it could be broken with a light poke. However, the 5 elements dragon trapping formation was set up by 5 immortal masters at the Aperture Opening Realm. As long as the immortal master's Yuan Li was not exhausted, the formation could always be maintained. Therefore, as the 5 immortal masters attacked together, the defensive membrane of the formation became stronger again. The spiritual light wandered freely, covering the heavens and earth. Very quickly, it recovered to its peak state. First Elder, Second Elder, quickly attack. The 5 immortal masters were somewhat anxious. Although they managed to block the attack by casting the reinforcement formation, the power of Ziyue's great immortal martial handprint was still far beyond their expectations. If no one helped them, they could only block 3 palm strikes at most. After the 3 palm strikes, even if they still had Yuan Li to support it, the 5 elements formation disc would not be able to withstand it and would be shattered. What a powerful palm strike, as expected of the immortal martial grand palm. Su Chaofan's eyes burned with passion. The might of such a strike truly shocked him, but also made him incomparably moved. Such an ultimate technique originally belonged to their Taoist sect. They had to fight for it back. Other than the immortal martial grand palm, there's also the immortal martial true body art. I didn't expect him to have cultivated this ultimate technique to such a profound level. Guo Zhengchen was similarly shocked. It wasn't that he didn't cultivate the immortal martial true body. It was just that this technique was considered easy to learn, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate to a profound level. It required a long period of time and effort. Like Ziyue, who could condense the immortal martial true body, there was no one in the entire Taoist sect who could do it. This included the sect leader and the first elder, Su Chaofan. Therefore, other than obtaining the inheritance of the immortal martial sect, this Zhu must have a supreme treasure that can increase his cultivation speed rapidly. Otherwise, with his age and talent, it's impossible for him to raise his cultivation from the early stage to the late stage in such a short time. It's even more impossible for him to cultivate the immortal martial true body and the immortal martial grand handprint, which require a lot of time to master, to such a high level. Such a supreme treasure even surpasses the heavenly evolution mirror. I must get it. Endless greed filled Guo Zhengchuan's eyes. A sword light that was like water and as light as rain shot out almost subconsciously. It pierced through the void and the barrier of the formation, rushing towards Ziyue. At the same time, a silver sword light accompanied by a dazzling white light was majestic. It was as if the Milky Way was descending from the 9 heavens. It contained a special mystery that could disturb one's heartstrings, making it difficult to grasp the trajectory of this sword. This sword was launched later, but arrived first. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Ziyue. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He could also feel the mystery of this sword. However, there wasn't any change in his expression. He met the attack with his palm. It was as if 5 mountains were soaring into the sky. Immediately after, the law-evading divine sword also turned into a stream of light in the next moment and disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, it violently collided with the water-like sword light. Boom! Boom! The attacks of the two experts at the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm were both delayed and sent flying. However, Ziyue's 2 attacks, even if he still had energy left, were blocked by the 2 sword lights. When they collided with the barrier of the formation, they didn't have the slightest effect. No matter what, I'll break the formation first. Ziyue lowered his eyes. He knew that if he stayed in the formation, he would only be able to passively take a beating. Therefore, he finally ended his probing and began to use his full strength. The surging Xiantian true qi boiled and burned crazily in an instant, causing Ziyue's aura to rise rapidly. Energy ignition technique. At the same time, a jade plate suddenly appeared in his palm. His origin energy crushed out and the jade plate was quickly activated. Crack! The jade plate quickly shattered. Almost at the instant when the jade plate shattered, an extremely powerful and violent shaking force rapidly acted on the 5 elemental dragon trapping formation. It forcefully tore apart a large area of the formation, causing it to become extremely weak. Oh no, it's the formation breaking plate. A panicked voice was heard. Then a long golden rope, like a dragon soaring into the sky, rushed out rapidly. As it spun slightly, it had a natural binding force that could trap any living thing in this place. It was an upper-grade spiritual weapon, the immortal binding rope. However, it was obviously too late by the time they made their move. Ziyue struck out with his palm and sent the rope flying. A flying sword had already turned into a silver light and stabbed fiercely at the weak part of the formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the void exploded. The formation was instantly shattered, and a huge hole was torn open, revealing the incomparably bright night sky outside. Get back! However, at this time, Su Chaofan and Guo Zhengshun quickly reacted. 2 flying swords, like 2 swimming dragons, quickly rushed out, carrying a surging aura, and fiercely strangled Ziyue. Ziyue's expression changed. The attack of 2 experts at the peak of the Aperture Enlightening realm was tyrannical and terrifying. Even he did not want to take it head-on. His body, which was about to rush out of the huge hole, could not help but slow down. On the other side, the huge hole that had been blasted open by him quickly shrank and flattened as the 5 immortal masters of the Tao Accomplishment Sect continued to pour in their origin energy. Soon, the whole world was covered again. Oomph. In that case, the 5 of you can die together. Ziyue snorted coldly, and his divine sense surged violently. Chapter 333. As his divine sense surged, the complicated rune structures quickly took shape. They intertwined, embedded, and combined. The moment they finally took shape, 60% of Ziyue's Yuanli quickly flowed into the rune. Rumble. Immediately, a huge thundercloud formed in the void. Lightning flashed in the thundercloud and sizzled. What kind of Dharma spell is this? The power contained in the lightning was too strong and terrifying. Even though they were outside the array, the people from the Tao Accomplishment Sect felt a little flustered. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them. 5 thunderbolts fall. Ziyue pulled slightly, and countless bolts of lightning of various colors immediately flew out of the void and fiercely bombarded the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning exploded. The void seemed to be about to be shattered. The twisting power of the lightning seemed to be able to annihilate everything. In the blink of an eye, the spirit formation that covered an area of several hundred feet was completely shattered. Puff, puff, puff. The moment the array was shattered, the array discs controlled by the 5 immortal masters instantly suffered from the power of the array and shattered one by one. Cries of agony could be heard as the disc array crumbled. The 5 immortal masters' protection of the array increased the power of the 5 elemental dragon trapping array. However, once the array was broken, the power of the backlash would also affect them. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the 5 of them became weak. Their Yuanli was damaged, and their Yuanli was damaged. Their strength was less than 70% of what it was when they were at their peak. Die! A cold light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at the thundercloud again. Whoosh! 5 bolts of lightning shot out like lightning dragons and rushed toward the 5 immortal masters of the Tao Accomplishment Sect. Oh no! Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly took out their respective defensive spiritual artifacts. Spiritual talismans were torn apart, and the sound of explosions could be heard. Intense spiritual light flashed, and the night became as bright as day, incomparably bright. However, all of this resistance was superfluous. The Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique that Ziyue had used was known as the Thunder Technique with the strongest offensive power. After he had raised it to the Great Perfection stage, the power of this technique had even surpassed when he had used the Immortal Martial True Body and the Great Immortal Martial Handprint. Even if it was divided into 5 streaks of lightning, its power would be weakened, but its strength was still no weaker than the full force attack of a master at the peak of the Aperture in Lightning Realm. They had already suffered from the backlash of the formation, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Even if they used defensive techniques, they would still be powerless. Not to mention, under the extreme speed of the lightning, some people didn't even have time to react. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning exploded and easily tore through their defenses. When it landed on their bodies, it quickly destroyed their vitality. Charred bodies fell from the sky one after another like rags. Spiritual energy plus 45632, plus 284322, plus 156223, plus 67122, plus 125,617. Immediately after, streams of spiritual energy values flashed before Ziyue's eyes. 2 early-stage Aperture in Lightning Realm, 2 mid-stage Aperture in Lightning Realm, and 1 late-stage Aperture in Lightning Realm. Ziyue took a deep breath. He also felt a little shocked. He didn't expect that he would be able to kill all 5 Aperture in Lightning Realm Immortal Masters at once with just 1 Dharma spell. Although the 5 of them had joined forces to form a formation and suffered from the backlash at the same time, they had lost some of their ability to resist. However, this strike had also fully displayed the might of his Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Technique. How is this possible? The remaining 2 people from the Tao Accomplishment Sect were stunned. The 5th Elder, the 7th Elder, and the 3 elite disciples of the sect were all dead. Even if he is at the late-stage Aperture in Lightning Realm and his cultivation speed is shocking, it is impossible for him to cultivate so many immortal techniques to such a profound level. How long has it been since he broke through to the Aperture in Lightning Realm? Only a little over a month. To be able to cultivate the Immortal Martial True Body and the Great Immortal Martial Palm to such a profound level is already shocking enough. And he even added this Thunder Technique. They couldn't believe it and felt a little scared. Not only was the Thunder Technique powerful, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. An ordinary Aperture in Lightning Realm Immortal Master would take more than a month to cultivate to the beginner level. And to reach the level of power that Ziyue had, it would take more than 10 years. But in the end, Ziyue had cultivated to the peak in such a short time. Was such an existence really someone they could deal with? It was as if cold water had been poured on their faces. They felt a chill in their hearts. But soon, an incomparable heartache, mixed with monstrous anger, rose in their hearts. 5 Aperture in Lightning Realm Immortal Masters. In any sect, they would be a powerful force. But in the end, they were killed in front of them. That kind of heartache and regret made them go crazy. Most importantly, they could feel that Ziyue's aura was weakening at this moment. It made sense when they thought about it. Using so many techniques, especially the Last Thunder technique, consumed a lot of origin energy. Even if they were peak Aperture in Lightning Realm Immortal Masters, They could only use it a few times and felt that it was unbearable. Not to mention, not only was Ziyue's origin energy not as vigorous as theirs, but he had also used the great energy ignition technique. The true chi and origin energy in his body were also rapidly depleting. They made up their minds and were instantly filled with killing intent. Die! A small silver sword turned into a ray of silver light and flew out quickly. Immediately after, a sparkling and translucent flying sword flew out. It contained boundless killing intent, and it also charged forward without making a sound. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ziyue's expression didn't change. He suddenly consumed 100,000 soul energy, and his origin energy and true chi quickly recovered to the peak. Then, he calmly stretched out his hand and gently pointed in front of him. A gray light rushed out first. Treasure stabilizing divine light. 2 rays of treasure stabilizing divine light were used in succession. The 2 flying swords that were rushing towards Ziyue immediately slowed down slightly, even though the 2 flying swords quickly broke free. But in the next moment, a majestic palm print had already smashed down fiercely like the 5-finger mountain from the 9 heavens. Bang! The void exploded, and the 2 flying swords were quickly thrown away. In the next moment, Ziyue's divine sword of evasion turned into a ray of silver light. In a flash, it blasted out fiercely. One sword to break all techniques. Ziyue had directly used the art of sword manipulation, the secret technique of one sword to break all techniques. Even though the power of this secret technique wasn't very strong because he hadn't learned it yet, it was still far more powerful than simply controlling the flying swords. Origin energy recovered? What kind of technique is this? Guo Jingchun was dumbfounded. Even if it was the Holy Spirit elixir and the Tianyuan fruit, these kinds of spiritual items that could recover origin energy in one go, it would take 3 to 5 breaths to absorb and transform them. However, he didn't see Ziyue taking any spiritual elixir or spiritual fruit at all. But his origin energy had already recovered to the peak. But soon, he didn't dare to investigate the reason. The moment he took out a round shield, a shadow of a person and a ray of glazed golden light quickly rose up. The immortal martial real body. The immortal martial glazed light. The 2 unique skills of the Tao Attainment sect were unleashed in an instant. Even though the level of cultivation was far less profound than when Ziyue displayed it, in terms of defensive power, it was already considered powerful among the experts at the peak of the Aperture Enlightening realm. Puff! The divine sword of evasion turned into a ray of flowing light and blasted fiercely on the round shield. The defensive shield, which was only a middle-grade spiritual weapon, couldn't withstand the power of the divine sword of evasion, which was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It was almost instantly shattered. The remaining power of the flying sword didn't diminish and fell fiercely on the immortal martial glazed light. Swoosh! The divine sword of evasion's ability to evade laws, combined with the power of breaking all laws, displayed an unimaginable effect at this moment. With irresistible force, it directly pierced through the immortal martial glazed light. The remaining power of the flying sword didn't diminish and continued to smash Guo Jingchun's real body. Then, it gently tapped between his eyebrows. It easily pierced through. Guo Jingchun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his eyes dimmed in an instant. Then, he fell from the void. After a while, a sound was heard. Spiritual energy plus 400,252. The second elder of the Tao Realization sect, Guo Jingchun, whose strength was at the peak of the Aperture Enlightening realm, was dead, killed with one sword. Even Ziyue himself was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his sword could kill Guo Jingchun so easily. Perhaps I overestimated the defensive power of the Tao Realization sect. Back then, the sect leader of the Tao Realization sect, Zhou Qing's defensive power was indeed terrifying, but that was only because my strength was too weak. Now, not only is my realm not much lower than theirs, but the flying sword I use is also a supreme-grade spiritual weapon, which is far better than before. In addition, The divine sword of evasion and one sword breaking all laws have a restraining effect on the immortal martial glazed light. So naturally, I can easily tear through his defense and kill him. Ziwa thought for a while and soon understood the reason. How is it possible? What kind of monster did our Dao realization sect provoke? Su Chaofan's expression changed greatly, and his heart trembled. Like him, the second elder Guizhongshan was also at the peak of the aperture enlightening realm. Although his strength was far inferior to his cultivation of the immortal martial real body and the immortal martial glazed light was not profound enough. However, he was still shocked that he was killed by Ziyue in one move. You're the only one left. Just nice. I'll send you to hell together. Bai Ziyue spoke in a clear and high-spirited voice. Boom! A giant palm print slammed down from the sky. A flying sword turned into a silver-white light, as if it was connected to heaven and earth. It formed a silver thread that quickly penetrated and blasted toward Guizhongshan. Could it be that my Dao sect was wrong from the start? A trace of sadness flashed in Su Chaofan's eyes. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but more like asking. Chapter 334. Su Chaofan was grieving. Losing so many elders and elite disciples all at once, even those big sects with immortal cultivation methods would suffer a great loss. Their Dao accomplishment sect would not be able to bear it. More importantly, as long as Ziyue was alive, the crisis of their Dao accomplishment sect would not be resolved. Since the disaster is inevitable, let me solve this threat for the Dao accomplishment sect once and for all. Su Chaofan whispered, and the blood, essence, and Yuan Qi in his whole body boiled in an instant. As the terrifying aura spread out, an almost solid phantom of a true body suddenly appeared. The glazed golden light even turned into a thick layer of armor that appeared. Immortal martial real body, immortal martial glazed light. Compared to Guizhongshan, Su Chaofan's cultivation of these two unique skills was obviously many times more profound. Together with the immortal martial cultivation method that he cultivated, the three unique skills complemented each other and superimposed on each other. Immediately, his defensive ability reached a certain level of peak. Even when compared to some defensive abilities, wasn't much weaker. Then, black smoke rose from his body, and in an instant, a black shadow that was almost the same as Su Chaofan's rushed out of his body and quickly poured into his flying sword. Qi! The flying sword trembled, and endless spiritual light surged. It made a violent trembling sound, and then suddenly shot out. Soul-burning sword technique. This spell was a true desperation spell that he had obtained by chance. It directly imbued the soul into the flying sword and used the power provided by burning the soul to attack. Its power was unparalleled. With Su Chaofan's strength at the peak of the aperture opening realm, it could even pose a threat to the God Realm Masters. Of course, since this soul-burning sword technique was a desperate technique, it would naturally cause irreversible consequences to the user, just like the Great Energy Ignition technique. Once used, not only would the soul be damaged, but he would also lose the chance to advance to the God Realm in this life. Even his strength would be greatly affected, and if he did not stop in time, his entire soul would be completely burned, and then he would die and his soul would be scattered. At this moment, Su Chaofan really did not care about anything for the future safety of the Dao accomplishment sect. Qi! Su Chaofan's flying sword flashed and turned into a stream of light. Boom! Without the slightest delay, the flying sword had already pierced through Ziyue's grand immortal martial palm. Then, without slowing down, he quickly rushed toward Ziyue. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He immediately unleashed a treasure-stabilizing godly light, but it only managed to stop the flying sword in the air for 1/10 of a second before it broke free. A ball of pitch-black flames, carrying a scorching and terrifying aura, fiercely rushed towards the flying sword. A long saber stirred up boundless winds and clouds, as if it contained rolling waves. When it slashed out, the world seemed to let out a mournful cry of blood as it came crashing down in a mighty manner. Spell! Seven Fiend True Fire. Saber Technique. God Vanquishing Saber Technique. It was precisely this 1/10 of a breath's time that allowed him to be slightly prepared. He hurriedly displayed these two spells and saber techniques. Boom! Under the roaring of the black flames, almost instantly, the flying sword was wrapped up and continuously burned. The evil spirit contained in the Seven Fiend True Fire even entered the flying sword and consumed Su Chaofan's soul. Then, a saber light, only an inch long but unbelievably sharp, fiercely slashed at the flying sword. This saber not only contained the natural sharp saber momentum of the God-vanquishing saber technique, but also carried the characteristics of the Nine Revolutions' true force of the Nine Revolutions' innate skill. The nine forces kept stacking and rushing out, causing the void to tremble and emit explosive sounds. However, the power of Su Chaofan's soul-burning sword technique was indeed too terrifying. Even after so many attacks, its momentum was still very sharp. Its spiritual energy suddenly surged and quickly cut off the saber light. Then, it rushed in front of Ziyue and did not stop at all. It fiercely slammed into the Five Elements shield technique. Ziyue quickly retreated, trying to dodge. However, Su Chaofan's flying sword was like a gangrene attached to the bone, and its speed was even faster. Puff! The Five Elements shield technique was shattered and turned into rays of spiritual light that dissipated. Then it was followed by the protective shield of the golden thread spiritual light bead. And finally, the immortal martial real body, Ziyue, trembled. Suddenly, a golden book rushed out of his body and blocked in front of him like a shield. It was the Zhou Tianyan magic mirror. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The flying sword, which smashed through 3 layers of Ziyue's defense like a hot knife through butter, was finally exhausted at this moment and stopped. However, Ziyue's body was also thrown back dozens of meters because of this powerful momentum, and a trace of blood faintly appeared in his mouth. That was close. Ziyue was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. The other party's attack was really earth-shattering. He could be said to have used a lot of means, but in the end, he relied on the Zhou Tianyan magic mirror, an auxiliary supreme-grade spiritual weapon, to block the attack. He really felt a little complicated. Anger surged up in an instant. Die! Ziyue hurriedly tapped on the golden book again. In the blink of an eye, balls of black flames whizzed through the air and rapidly flew out. At the same time, the Five Elements shield technique, the defensive spiritual energy of the golden thread spiritual light bead, and the immortal martial real body rose up again. At this moment, his flying sword was one step ahead and fiercely blasted out. In the void, thunderclouds surged and heaven and earth trembled. Ziyue cast one spell after another without any scruples. Ice Flame Technique, Seven Demons True Fire, Treasure Stabilizing Divine Light, God Vanquishing Saber Technique, God Stuffing Stab. Ziyue did not care about the consumption at all. Once his Yuan Qi was exhausted, he immediately used his spiritual energy to recover. In the void, spells exploded, lightning, flames, saber radiance. It was like a bright firework was ignited and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. In the small silver sword, Su Chaofan's soul revealed an incomparably frightened expression. His soul, which had already been greatly consumed by the soul ignition sword technique, became even more unstable. Under the attack of so many spells, it drifted like willow catkins. Even if he forcibly controlled the flying sword to rush towards Ziyue, under the impact of so many spells, saber radiance, and lightning, it was difficult to rush within 30 meters of Ziyue and would soon be blasted away. On the contrary, the many spells had an astonishing destructive power to the soul in his flying sword. The power of the God-vanquishing saber technique, the Seven Evils True Fire, the impact of the God-vanquishing thorn. The strongest was the power of lightning of the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique. Even with the flying swords blocking it from the outside, the power of thunder and lightning that invaded when the lightning struck was extremely destructive to his soul. With just one strike, the power of lightning that invaded the lightning was able to destroy 10% of the strength of his soul. With just 2 or 3 strikes of lightning, the stacking of many spells, and the consumption of his soul ignition, the strength of his soul was less than 50% of its original strength. I will die. I will die. Feeling extremely weak, and because of the continuous erosion of his soul, his consciousness seemed to be a little blurry, as if he was going to become a fool. Su Chaofan completely panicked and hurriedly controlled the flying sword to turn around, wanting his soul to return to his body and escape. As for the crisis of the Tao Accomplishment sect, whether there would be continuous disasters in the future, whether it would be destroyed because of this, he no longer cared. There was great terror between life and death. It was only at this moment that he truly felt this fear. The great determination from before was completely withdrawn and scattered when he truly faced life and death. However, just as his flying sword turned, a ray of treasure, stabilizing divine light, had already landed on it. The moment it stopped him, a bolt of lightning struck down, followed by an inch-long saber radiance, pitch-black flames, and a palm print that could cover the sky. Boom! 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 He was beaten into a daze. The power of his soul was also rapidly consumed. 50%, 40%, 30%. In the end, his consciousness was completely blurred and he had lost the power to resist. Finally, with the influx of the God-vanquishing thorn, puff! The spiritual light on the flying sword completely dimmed, and then the whole sword collapsed and was destroyed. Su Chaofan's soul also completely disappeared, and his soul scattered. Spiritual energy plus 499,252. He's finally dead. Until then, Ziwei let out a long sigh of relief and stopped attacking. Previously, he had truly been shocked by Su Chaofan's sword. That terrifying sword even exceeded the limit of the peak of the aperture opening realm and almost touched the level of the divine realm. If it weren't for his numerous means and the superposition of 3 or 4 layers of defense, the consequences would be really unpredictable. I'm still too weak. If I had also practiced the positive and negative 5 elements shield technique to perfection, if I had also raised my strength to the peak of the aperture opening realm, this battle wouldn't be so thrilling. Ziwei secretly sighed, and his agitated mood finally slowly calmed down. Then, he quickly rushed to the front of Su Chaofan's body. His soul had disappeared, but his body was still intact, and it was protected by the immortal martial real body and the immortal martial colored light. It was a kind of irony. The flying sword rushed out like a flash of lightning. Boom! Because there was no elemental energy, the flying sword easily tore through the opponent's defense. He reached out and waved his hand, and 2 storage bags of different colors fell into his hand. 2. Ziwei's eyes flashed slightly, and he thought of the 3 inexplicable increase of his spiritual energy value before, and he had a guess. Then, he moved and quickly rushed to various parts of the battlefield. A minute later, he had put away a total of 8 bags of holding, as well as a few scattered spiritual tools. Is it over? Who won? What should we do next? In the spirit stone vein, regardless of whether it was the immortal cultivators, martial artists, or miners, they were all trembling, and their hearts were filled with endless fear. In such an earth-shattering battle, just the pressure of the aura could easily tear them to pieces. Especially after that, the endless lightning, flames, and saber light that erupted in the void could really destroy heaven and earth, and they couldn't even open their eyes. They couldn't see the figures of the 2 sides of the battle clearly. After a long time, gradually, some people dared to walk out of their residences and slowly approach the battlefield. Chapter 335. I didn't expect him to be among the dead this time. Bai Ziwei's face revealed a trace of silence. While he was cleaning up the battlefield, he used his senses to head in the direction of the first wave of spirit qi. Soon, he saw the corpses of Wu Zhonghui, Wang Ming, and Gudu Zui. He was surprised. He did not know why an elite disciple like Gudu Zui would suddenly come to the Demon Ridge mineral vein. It's a pity that I ran into the people from Tao Accomplishment Sect. They were the ones who got me killed. Ziyue sighed, then stopped thinking about it. Although he had met Gudu Zue once, they did not have much of a relationship. The only reason he sighed was because they knew each other. As for Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming, he did not care if they lived or died. Besides, they did not die in his hands. Even if the higher-ups investigated, they would not pin it on him. Then, he turned his attention to his gains this time. 8 storage bags, including the one I got from killing Fang Ping. That's 9 in total. No matter how you look at it, it's still a huge gain. Ziyue did not have time to check Fang Ping's spoils because he knew that the Grand Elder and Second Elder of Tao Accomplishment Sect were coming. Now he took them all out. A total of 9 storage bags were laid out in front of him. Although Ziyue had expected this, he was still excited. As for the trouble of unlocking the storage bags, it was a happy annoyance. He did not care about it at all. After spending several hours, Bai Ziyue finally unlocked the seal on the last storage bag. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately emptied the contents of his storage bag. In an instant, the entire secret cultivation room was filled with treasure aura and spirit light. It was almost filled with all kinds of treasures. So many? Ziyue was shocked. He quickly started counting. There are 17 spirit weapons in total. Among the 17, there are 8 inferior-grade spirit weapons, 5 middle-grade spirit weapons, and 4 superior-grade spirit weapons. Unfortunately, there was an ultra-grade flying sword, but it was destroyed when Su Chaofan's soul was stored in it. Although there were many of them now, there were only a few that could be used by me. Most of them were offensive spiritual weapons, such as flying swords or flying daggers. In the case that I had the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the Magic Evasion Divine Sword, they could only be used as a backup at most. As for defensive spiritual artifacts, there were a few, but most of them were of low quality. It was the only upper-grade defensive spiritual weapon, which had the same effect as my gold thread spiritual astral bead, and the number of Earth Fiend restriction spells was far less than it, so I could only give it up. Only this auxiliary spirit weapon belonging to Fang Ping, the superior-grade spirit weapon gourd, is of some use to me. Ziyue flipped through the items and soon picked up the fiery red gourd. He inspected it and wore a satisfied look. This gourd was a sword storage gourd. Its effect was simple. It only needed to activate the sword chi and store in the gourd. The power was dependent on the amount of sword chi stored in the gourd, as well as the strength of the sword chi. Due to the restriction of its grade, it could only store the sword chi equivalent to the full force attack of a middle stage Enlightening Realm powerhouse. However, if tens or hundreds of sword chi were to be activated at the same time, the power it contained would be incomparably strong. To Ziyue, its value was no less than that of a supreme-grade spirit weapon. In fact, there are already dozens of sword chi stored in it. Each of these sword chi is equivalent to the full force attack of a middle stage Enlightening Realm cultivator. Once all of them are activated, it's enough to threaten any middle stage Enlightening Realm cultivator. Now that I think about it, I'm glad. If I hadn't acted decisively and killed Fang Ping directly, these dozens of sword chi would have been activated at the same time. Even if I could have blocked them, I would have been in a difficult position. Ziyue's gaze narrowed slightly. Although this was what he thought, he was more interested in this sword-storing gourd. Other than the 17 spirit weapons, there are also quite a number of Dharma weapons, adding up to 15 of each grade. Most of them are superior grade and supreme grade Dharma weapons. They must have been used in the early days. Other than the spirit weapons and Dharma weapons, there are also spirit stones. 47 superior grade spirit stones, 13 20 middle grade spirit stones, and about 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ziyue took a deep breath. He could not help but feel slightly dizzy. Disregarding everything else, the harvest of spirit stones this time was really huge. In total, it was equivalent to 6 million low-grade spirit stones. However, if he thought about it carefully, he realized that this was the harvest of 9 powerhouses, especially since there were 2 peak middle stage Enlightening Realm powerhouses. It was normal to have so many. Then there are dozens of spirit talismans of various grades, 30 bottles of spirit pills of various grades, more than 40 jade map pupils, hundreds of spirit materials, dozens of formation discs, and various miscellaneous items. Ziyue calculated silently and could not help but be moved. Excluding the jade map pupils, which were difficult to calculate the value of, his harvest this time was at least equivalent to 5 million low-grade spirit stones. 5 million low-grade spirit stones, plus my original assets. That's 7 million. My net worth has already reached 7 million. Ziyue was excited. With 7 million spirit stones, there were so many things he could do. At least, he could easily exchange for the magical power of the Chaiyang sect. Moreover, there were many precious items that could be purchased with spirit stones. It seems that I have to make a trip to the marketplace next. There are so many things, Dharma weapons, spirit weapons, and various miscellaneous items. It won't be easy to exchange for them. Ziyue had some ideas in his mind. Then, he quickly turned his gaze to the dozens of jade map pupils. He was looking forward to the records on these jade map pupils. I hope that these jade map pupils will contain the immortal martial Dao attainment technique and the immortal martial glazed light that the Dao attainment sect has. As long as I have these two supreme skills, I'll be satisfied even if the other jade map pupils contain useless things. Ziyue even had a slight obsession with these two supreme skills, especially the immortal martial Dao attainment technique. When combined with his immortal martial true form and immortal martial great palm print, it could even be compared to a magical power. Naturally, he was eager. The same went for the immortal martial glazed light. When the three supreme skills were combined, the power would also increase tremendously. When it was perfected, it could even be compared to a defensive magical power. Perhaps for ordinary cultivators, this could be said to be extremely difficult. After all, it was not easy to cultivate a supreme skill to perfection. When three supreme skills were perfected together, other than the need for hard work, luck, comprehension, and opportunity were all indispensable. But for Ziyue, this was not a problem at all. As long as he was initiated, as long as he had sufficient soul energy, he could easily cultivate any supreme skill to perfection. Naturally, he could perfectly unleash the effects of the two supreme skills. At the thought of this, he no longer hesitated. His consciousness surged, and with a slight brush, it rushed toward the numerous jade map pupils. In an instant, a lot of information surged into his mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Ziyue gradually opened his eyes, and his face was filled with incomparable surprise. The immortal martial Dao attainment technique and the immortal martial glazed light are indeed recorded in them. Apart from that, there are also the immortal martial true form, broken jade sword finger, 3 elemental breathing technique, Xuanzhen weapon refining technique, earth shaking technique, rain praying technique, thunder palm technique, soul burning sword technique, Su Chaofan's cultivation notes. Ziyue's eyes flickered, and he felt extremely happy. There were many cultivation techniques, secret skills, Dharma spells, pill refining technique, weapon refining technique, and cultivation notes. Because they all belonged to the disciples of the Dao attainment sect, there were some overlaps. For example, there were a total of 3 jade map pupils that recorded the immortal martial Dao attainment technique. There were 2 immortal martial glazed lights, 5 immortal martial true form. But Ziyue also felt that he had gained a lot. Most importantly, the immortal martial Dao attainment technique and the immortal martial glazed light were finally in his hands. As long as he was initiated into these 2 supreme skills, he believed that his strength would definitely increase greatly. Divine powers. Even if he cultivated the 3 supreme skills together and cultivated them to perfection, it would be comparable to a divine power. But its power would definitely be far superior to the various techniques that he had mastered. The immortal martial Dao attainment technique is indeed a cultivation technique that can merge martial arts and immortal techniques into one. If martial arts cultivates the lower Dantian and immortal techniques cultivates the upper Dantian, Then the Immortal Martial Tao attainment technique takes a different approach and directly combines the upper and lower dantians to form a whole. In the cultivation technique, it is called the Purple Mansion. Ziyue carefully comprehended the cultivation method of the Immortal Martial Tao attainment technique, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In fact, whether it was the upper dantian or the lower dantian, after cultivation and strengthening, the power would be extraordinary. The concept of the Immortal Martial Tao attainment technique was not necessarily superior to that of an orthodox immortal technique, but it had to be said that this characteristic was indeed extremely suitable for Ziyue. This was because he was increasingly aware of the influence that the Immortal Martial Tao attainment technique had on his normal cultivation. If it were not for the fact that he had spiritual energy that could forcibly raise his cultivation level, then whether it was the cultivation of martial arts or immortal techniques, they would all be interfered with, and the speed of his cultivation would be greatly reduced. In addition to the compatibility between the cultivation techniques, the number of acupoints that the Immortal Martial Tao attainment technique passes through for cultivation above the aperture enlightening realm is also slightly more than the Purple Chi Divine Observation technique that I am currently cultivating, reaching a total of 378 acupoints. Although it might not be more powerful, it is not bad. Ziyue was a little restless, and he was thinking about switching cultivation techniques. However, after thinking about it, he decided to wait until he had cultivated the Purple Chi Divine Observation technique to perfection. After all, it would not take long. As for the Immortal Martial Glazed Light, it is indeed a defensive mystic technique. In terms of profoundness, it has surpassed the 5 elements shield technique that I am cultivating. As for the Broken Jade Sword Finger, it happens to be of the same origin as the Sword Chi in the Sword Storage Gourd. It should have come from Fong Ping. I originally wanted to find a way to use the Sword Chi to unleash the full potential of the Sword Storage Gourd, but now it seems that I did not have to. The Triple Vitality Breathing technique is also a cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the peak of the aperture enlightening realm. It only involves 296 acupoints, but there are more than 10 acupoints that do not overlap with other cultivation techniques, so I can record them. Then there is the Xuanjin Equipment Refining Formula, the Earthquake Technique, the Rain Prayer Technique, the Thunder Palm Technique. I can cultivate them if I have time, but there is no need to pursue them deliberately. It is enough to understand the profoundness within. Ziyue analyzed and made arrangements for each of them. Among them, the Immortal Martial Glazed Light and the Broken Jade Sword Finger could increase his strength to varying degrees, so they were already included in his cultivation plan. As for the others, Chapter 336. The Soul-Burning Sword Technique is definitely an extremely powerful, desperate technique. Ziyue was very clear about the power of this secret technique. Su Chaofan used this secret technique to display his attack power. Even now, when he thought about it, he was still shocked. However, this secret technique was powerful, but once it was used, the price to pay was too high. Not everyone was willing or even dared to try it. Naturally, it was not suitable for him to practice, unless his spiritual power could restore the power of the soul. However, some of the cultivation concepts are quite novel, especially the method of using the soul. It is exquisite and unique. Even if I can't practice it, I can absorb this concept to increase my foundation. In the future, I can also use this to create a secret technique of my own. Ziyue often had the idea of creating a secret technique, but because he knew that his strength was low and his accumulation was not enough, he had not been able to do it. Now, as his realm sword and various cultivation theories were gradually perfected, he was a little eager to do it. Su Chaofan's cultivation notes. Finally, Ziyue turned his mind to the piece that recorded Su Chaofan's life of cultivation experience. Among all the jade slips he obtained this time, in addition to the Immortal Martial cultivation method and the Immortal Martial glazed light, he paid the most attention to this Su Chaofan's cultivation notes. It was not because there was a powerful cultivation method recorded in this cultivation note. Su Chaofan's cultivation experience was not of much help to Ziyue. What he really valued was the knowledge of Su Chaofan's early travels and some vague explorations and introductions of his cultivation world, especially the description of some mysterious places, which also broadened his horizons. In addition, what interested Ziyue the most was Su Chaofan's cultivation and exploration of his own strength after reaching the peak of the aperture opening realm. Sure enough, after perfecting the cultivation method, I'm not the only one who has doubts about those extra acupoints. Su Chaofan stayed at the peak of the aperture opening realm for a full 30 years. After knowing that it was difficult to break through to the God realm with his own strength, he went to the peak of the aperture opening realm and explored the extra acupoints. Of course, there are some results. Ziyue was somewhat excited. Although he had yet to break through to the peak of the aperture opening realm, it was only a matter of time. If he wanted to, he would only need a few days. Therefore, he was full of curiosity and hope about how to improve his strength after the peak of the aperture opening realm and how to break through to the God realm. If the aperture enlightening realm is a realm that constantly stimulates the potential of the cultivator's body, then the God realm is a transformation process from the body to the soul. What they cultivated was the soul of the cultivator, which was also the spirit. Qi and blood nourished the soul, and the essence of the acupoints could even nourish the soul. Therefore, the more acupoints you open and ignite, the more nourishing it will be for your spirit. However, there's a limit to how many acupoints one can ignite, even if one cultivates an immortal cultivation technique to perfection. Naturally, when breaking through to the next level, Yuan Qi and Essence Qi wouldn't be enough to nourish one's spirit. Therefore, it would be difficult for one's soul to transform and truly advance to the next level, the God realm. Although there are elixirs like the God Elixir that can help experts at the peak of the aperture opening realm to break through to the next level, there are very few people who can really get this kind of miraculous elixir. At least in this domain, no one can refine it all. They only have the opportunity to get this kind of elixir once every 30 years when the outer domain descends. And most people can't get it. Therefore, many people, in order to break through to the God realm, can be said to be deliberate. The most obvious and effective way is to ignite more acupoints and thus increase one's foundation. Bai Ziyue silently read through Su Chaofan's cultivation notes. From Su Chaofan's notes, he could clearly see the hardships that Su Chaofan had tirelessly explored, as well as the insights and experiences he had gained from discussing the way with many of his fellow cultivators. It had to be said that Su Chaofan was also a person who pursued the Tao. In addition to the special environment of this domain, countless people's search finally allowed them to find a cultivation method that could continuously ignite acupoints and continue to improve their strength and foundation without changing their cultivation technique. This method was simple. Since the cultivation technique didn't involve those acupoints, they jumped out of the cultivation technique's operation diagram. After detecting new acupoints, they directly ignited those acupoints by controlling their Yuanli. Even if it was much more difficult to ignite those acupoints without Yuanli circulating, it still made the degree of their Yuanli, strength, and foundation further improve. From Su Chaofan's cultivation notes, his cultivation in this aspect has already stepped on the right track to a certain extent. In the past 30 years, in addition to the 378 acupoints contained in the Immortal Martial Cultivation Method, he has ignited another 33 acupoints, which is equivalent to igniting one more acupoint every year. Well, this efficiency is somewhat impressive. Ziyue was silent, but he felt that it was normal. If it was really so easy, there wouldn't be so few God Realm experts in this domain. Except for one or two God Realm experts in each of the 7 major sects, there were very few in other sections. In total, Ziyue estimated that there were no more than 20 God Realm experts. And among these 20 God Realm experts, how many of them really relied on themselves to break through to the next level? In fact, most of them relied on the God Elixir given by the people in the foreign domain. However, I have to say that this is also an effective method for me. At least according to the records in Su Chaofan's cultivation notes. In the cultivation world, almost every 20 or 30 years, there will be people who rely on this method to officially break through to the God realm. It is said that one of them ignited 800 acupoints. When he broke through, there was a myriad of phenomena. An auspicious light fell from heaven and earth. Unfortunately, that person came from a small sect, and when the auspicious light fell, a God realm expert from an enemy sect attacked and killed him. A glimmer of light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. In his heart, he also felt that if there were no other opportunities, this method was very suitable for him. After all, he had a heaven-defying item like the property panel. Igniting acupoints might be extremely difficult for a cultivator like Su Chaofan. But in his opinion, it was very simple. The only difficulty was to obtain those acupoints. In addition to the loot, the number of apertures he had mastered had increased from 430 apertures to 492 apertures. But the number of acupoints was obviously not enough for him to accumulate enough to break through to the God realm. At least, I have to ignite more than 800 acupoints, just like the expert who caused a myriad of phenomena and auspicious light to fall from heaven and earth when he broke through. Of course, it would be better if I have the God Elixir or other divine objects that can help me break through. Ziyue secretly set a small goal in his heart. He also thought of what Yi Kaiyang had told him before about the sect experts who were about to come here from the foreign domain on warships. They must carry the God Elixir with them. Perhaps the opportunity for him to break through should be with them. Moreover, if I want to step out of this cage-like world, I also need to rely on their strength. Looks like I'll have to fight for those 12 spots as well. Ziyue silently calculated, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Because the Demon Ridge mineral vein was located in a remote area and the mineral veins were scattered, there was relatively little communication. Every mineral vein could be considered a small circle. Only when something big happened would there be people scrambling for it. The battle that happened in the spiritual stone vein of Chaoyang sect was so big that it almost resounded through the entire mountain forest. Especially in the dark night, the light of all kinds of spells could be seen dozens of miles away. Therefore, after the battle ended, immediately many immortal cultivators rushed over. Among them, there was no lack of enlightened immortal masters. The entire Demon Ridge mineral vein was very big. Naturally, it was not only Chaoyang sect and Dao Accomplishment sect that owned properties. In fact, the sect that occupied the most mineral veins here was one of the 7 major immortal cultivation sects, Beixian sect. The reason why Dao Accomplishment sect dared to provoke Chaoyang sect was because of Beixian sect's power. Soon, 7 or 8 enlightened immortal masters arrived one after another. Fairy Rosy Cloud, Master Daoist, Master Qian, Master Wan. You are all here. A group of 3 immortal masters from Beixian sect arrived at the same time. The leader of the group was Immortal Master Lin Shun. Facing so many immortal masters from different sects, he was not arrogant. Instead, he was very polite. This time, the battle at Chaoyang sect's spiritual stone vein happened. What is the reason? What were the 2 sides of the battle? After a round of greetings, Lin Chen quickly asked, "Actually, we haven't been here for long. However, after so long, the immortal masters from Dao Accomplishment sect and Chaoyang sect haven't appeared. You can guess that they must be involved in this battle. As for the reason, you should ask Fairy Rosy Cloud. She was the first to arrive here." Master Daoist shook his head and said, "This time around, what happened here is most definitely a world-shaking major event." Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Fairy Rosy Cloud's expression turned solemn. She opened her mouth and said, "Dao Accomplishment sect's Grand Elder Su Chaofan, 2nd Elder Guo Zhengchun, 5th Elder Su Jian, 7th Elder. A total of 7 immortal masters. That's right, there's also Immortal Master Fong Ping. A total of 8 immortal masters in the enlightened realm." What? How is that possible? Let's not talk about the others. Su Chaofan and Guo Zhengchun are both peak enlightened immortal masters. Their strength is very profound. To be able to kill all of them in one go Could the person who did it be a deity realm elite? Also, why did Tao Accomplishment Sect suddenly send so many immortal masters here? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their faces were full of disbelief. Chapter 337. Before this, I didn't know why the Tao Accomplishment Sect would come to this place in full force. But what I said is true, because their bodies are still on the battlefield and haven't been cleaned up. As she spoke, Fairy Rosy Cloud gestured slightly. Soon, everyone saw the corpses scattered all over the battlefield. As expected, it's Su Chaofan. His physical body is intact. Was his soul destroyed? And this, it should be that Guizhong Chun. His head was pierced through by a sword. Exactly what kind of celestial technique could make the celestial martial glazed light that could pierce through the Tao Realization Sect kill him? The rest of them were all killed by lightning. Some of them were so badly mutilated that it's hard to distinguish their bones. Everyone looked at each other with fear and chills running down their spines. Who was the one who did it? Immortal Master Lin Qin couldn't help but ask. In the Demon Ridge mine, apart from us, there are only Fong Ping from Tao Accomplishment Sect, Wu Zhonghui, and Wang Ming from Chaoyang Sect. However, they're only in the early and middle stages of the Enlightenment Realm. It's impossible for them to do this. Also, they're not good at thunder techniques. Immortal Master Qian from Kunwu Sword Sect couldn't help but analyze. It can't be them. Fong Ping is dead. Also, Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming are dead. In addition to them, another elite disciple of the Chaoyang Sect had recently arrived at the Demon Ridge mineral vein. But he's also dead. He died not far from the battlefield, probably before the earth-shattering battle. Master Taoist shook his head and said, "Only one person is still alive." Fairy Rosy Cloud said quickly. "Who?" Another disciple of Beixian faction who was standing next to Lin Qin asked. "Ziyue." With that, Fairy Rosy Cloud carefully looked in the direction of the inspector's residence before continuing. "I've asked the stewards of this place. They said that before the battle, there was a formation that enveloped this place. Their inspector, Ziyue, flew into the sky and entered the battlefield. In the end, he returned alone. Impossible. When Ziyue first arrived, we asked around about him. He had just broken through to the early stage of the Aperture Awakening Realm. In such a battle, let alone being useful, just the shockwave of the spell might take his life." Lin Qin quickly rejected the idea. Since Beixian faction and Chaoyang Sect were both part of the 7 major factions, and Beixian faction had always been in conflict with Chaoyang Sect, he knew a thing or two about Ziyue. It was precisely because of this, coupled with the fact that Beixian faction's mine was quite a distance away from this place, that he did not pay too much attention to this place. However, the person you're talking about defeated Wu Zhonghui and Wang Ming on his own, and even broke into the Taoist Sect's office of mines on his own, killing Immortal Master Fong Ping. Master Immortal Fong Ping's ability is no weaker than yours or mine. Right at this moment, Master Immortal Wan, who'd been silent until now, spoke. Because he wasn't far from here, he was very clear about Ziyue's achievements. He knew that this person was not simple. Things are already very clear. Master Immortal Bai killed Fong Ping of Taoist Sect, so the 7 immortal masters of Taoist Sect came together to seek revenge. In the end, 4 immortal masters of Taoist Sect fought together, and 3 of them died, leaving only 1 alive. Taoist Sect, on the other hand, was completely destroyed. Master Taoist immediately came to a conclusion when he heard this. Ridiculous. Wu Zhonghui, you and I know very well how strong Wang Ming is. That elite disciple of Chaoyang Sect, Gudu Zue, is at most equivalent to a late-stage enlightening realm cultivator. 5 immortal masters of Taoist Sect are enough to crush them. Master Immortal Qian couldn't help retorting. Even if I admit that Ziyue isn't weak, and might even be stronger than Gudu Zue, but Su Chaofan and Guizhong Chun, are they really people who just broke through to the enlightening realm not long ago? How many people in our sect can win against the 2 of them? Moreover, even if Taoist Sect wants to avenge Fong Ping, Is there a need to mobilize so many elites? It's actually very simple to prove this. Can't we just ask Master Immortal Bai? Fairy Rosy Cloud couldn't help saying. However, no one moved. Ask. If he really did kill them, what if the other party turned hostile? Even so many Taoist sect elites had died at his hands. The strongest among them was only at the mid-stage in Lightning Realm. Was that enough? Advantage in numbers? They did have 7 or 8 in Lightning Realm Immortal Masters in total. However, the corpses of the 7 Taoist sect elites were still fresh in their minds. Therefore, no one dared to move. Then, they unanimously came to the conclusion that this Ziyue was definitely not simple. His strength might indeed be beyond their imagination. Of course, the real killer of Taoist sects, 2 peak in Lightning Realm elites, was probably someone else. As for who it was, they didn't want to investigate, nor did they dare. Naturally, Taoist sect would have to deal with everything themselves. After this wave, Taoist sect is done for. Not necessarily. After all, Taoist sect has been around for more than 200 years and has a certain foundation. Plus, they have sect leader Zhou Qing and 10 or so in Lightning Realm Immortal Masters. Although they've suffered a great loss this time, it's not impossible for them to survive. How do you know that the person who attacked this time won't attack Taoist sect? To be able to kill Su Chaofan and Guo Zhengshun, 2 peak in Lightning Realm elites, in a head-on battle, it shouldn't be difficult to kill Zhou Qing, right? In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Fellow Taoists, I suddenly remembered that there's still something I haven't had time to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Shin took a deep breath and said goodbye to Fairy Rosy Cloud and the others. He didn't dare to stay in this place any longer. No matter what the reason for this battle was and who started it, he had already decided to wait and see for a while. As for Chaoyang sect and Ziyue, he planned to keep a respectful distance from them for a while. I also have something to do. Goodbye. I may have to go into seclusion for a while, so I have to go back and prepare. Fairy Rosy Cloud, Immortal Master Qian, and the others were also alert and spoke repeatedly. Moreover, they all unanimously made up their minds to not provoke Ziyue and not to participate in anything related to this. Spiritual Energy 371-3295. Glancing at the attribute panel, Ziyue was not surprised. This time, a total of 10 enlightened Immortal Masters died, including 2 who were at the peak of the Enlightened Realm. If he hadn't used his soul energy to recover, he would have lost more than 4 million soul energy points. This way, I can increase the number of acupuncture points I can ignite again. Previously, he had reserved his spiritual energy to deal with the surprise attack of the Tao Accomplishment sect and to make long-term plans. Now that the battle was over, he naturally prioritized increasing his strength. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Spend 3 million points of spiritual energy to ignite 100 acupuncture points. Ignite. Ziyue chose to ignite without hesitation. While his spiritual energy was greatly reduced, his body shook violently. Then, very quickly, 100 acupuncture points were ignited again. In this way, a total of 300 acupuncture points in his body had been ignited. With only 69 acupuncture points left, he could cultivate the Purple Chi visualization technique to perfection and reach the peak in Lightning Realm. As for his spiritual energy, it correspondingly decreased to 713,295 points. This amount of spiritual energy was not much, but it was not little either. He thought for a while and decided to store it for the time being in case he needed it. This battle could not be hidden from others. The 7 Immortal Masters of the Tao Accomplishment sect were all dead. In the Chaoyang sect, there were also 2 patrol envoys and a newly appointed chief patrol. The news of this would definitely spread. Therefore, the next day, Ziyue gave a jade map that recorded the general situation to Zhang Hansheng of the General Office of Mines and instructed him to send it back to the sect. Of course, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ziyue emphasized the role of Gudu Zue, Wu Zhonghui, and Wang Ming in the jade map. As for himself, he tried to keep himself out of the picture. However, he also knew that the people in the sect would not believe that the four of them were able to kill 7 immortal masters of the Tao Accomplishment sect, including 2 peak Enlightening Realm immortal masters. Therefore, in order to increase his persuasiveness, he inexplicably made up a mysterious expert and gave the main credit to this expert. Inexplicably, this was very much in line with Fairy Rosy Cloud, Lin Shun, and the others' guesses. In short, he was so low-key and cautious that he almost described himself as invisible. Whether others believed it or not, he believed it himself. Then, he turned his attention to the 3 major mineral veins. According to the usual practice in the major mining areas, when there was such a big upheaval and the mineral veins were like dragons without a leader, there would often be chaos, most of which would be caused by other sects secretly stirring up trouble. In previous years, there had even been cases where the mineral veins had changed owners because of this. After all, Ziyue was in charge, and he had already made preparations to suppress the unrest. In the end, everything was calm. Everyone was very well behaved. Not only was there no unrest, but the miners were also very diligent in mining, and the output was several times higher than before. After 2 days of inspection, he saw that the 3 major mineral veins were in good order under the management of each steward, and there was no need for him to worry too much. Therefore, Ziyue finally could not hold back and decided to take the initiative to attack. Being weak is the original sin. I just want to cultivate steadily and improve my strength step by step. I don't want to make enemies with anyone. In the end, because I revealed the great immortal martial handprint, I was targeted by the Tao Accomplishment sect. First, it was the sect master of the Tao Accomplishment sect, Zhou Qing, who personally attacked me. Then, this time, it was the Tao Accomplishment sect. 7 immortal masters of the Enlightening Realm besieged me. There's no end to it. Do they really think I'm weak and can be bullied? Since it's already a matter of life and death, then this time, I'll completely end this grudge. As long as the Tao Accomplishment sect is gone and completely destroyed, naturally, all threats will be removed. Ziyue reviewed the process of the matter, and the anger in his heart suddenly surged. Counterattack! I must counterattack! Chapter 338. Tao Accomplishment Sect, Qingwan Hall. Sect leader, you're back? A disciple hurriedly said respectfully as he looked at Zhou Qing, who was descending from the sky. Zhou Qing nodded and said, ask the 5th elder to come. 2 months ago, he purposely released the blood ginseng and the sacred spirit fruit to lure Ziyue out of the sect, but it ended up in failure. As such, he had no choice but to gather the necessary materials and ask the 3rd-grade pill alchemist of the Jiuhua Immortal Palace, Master Jinyang, to refine a cauldron of orifices enlightening pills. It was only now that he finally returned to the sect. He could not wait to distribute the orifices enlightening pills to strengthen the sect's strength and resources. The 5th elder is out. Not only him, the 1st elder, the 2nd elder, Immortal Master Li, and Immortal Master Zhou are out too. The disciple replied respectfully. Where did they go? Zhou Qing asked in confusion. They said they were heading to the Demon Ridge mine. They have been gone for 2 days. The disciple replied. Oh, Zhou Qing raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood why the 1st elder and the others were here. During this period of time, although he had been running around outside, by Ziyue's matter was related to the development and strengthening of the entire Tao Accomplishment sect. Therefore, he had already informed the 1st elder and the others about everything. Now that he thought about it, they must have learned that Ziyue had left the Chaoyang sect and gone to the Demon Ridge mine. Besides, they had already made their move. He could not help but look forward to it. Even though he was surprised by Ziyue's capabilities, he did not think he would be able to escape from the 7 immortal masters of the sect. This time, it will be a piece of cake. Dong! 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 At that instant, a series of deafening chimes echoed in the sect 7 times in a row. The funeral bell of the sect, what's going on? Zhou Qing's expression changed. With a flash of his body, he immediately flew out and arrived at Death Knell's location. He immediately saw the 3rd elderly Xian and the 4th elder Jiang Lu standing on both sides of the funeral bell. Sect leader, you're back? The two immediately went up to Zhou Qing when they saw him. What's going on? The death knell of a sect would only ring when an enlightened, immortal master passed away. Furthermore, this time, it's 7 consecutive echoes. As Zhou Qing spoke, his heart sank. For some reason, he thought of the first elder in his group. According to the news we received yesterday, First Elder Su Chaofan, Second Elder Guo Zhengshan, and Fifth Elder, all 7 of them died after heading to the Demon Ridge mine. Li Xian said with a sorrowful expression. We've already confirmed that their soul lamps have all been extinguished. Jiang Lu also said. What? Zhou Qing's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Is it because of that Ziyue, or is it someone else? After a while, he came back to his senses and hurriedly asked. I don't know. Li Xian shook his head. Don't know. Before Grand Elder Fong Ping, who was in charge of the mine, and the steward at the 9th level of the refinement stage, had already been killed by Ziyue. Among the people we left there, the strongest was only at the 7th level of the refinement stage. He couldn't even get close to the battlefield, let alone discover anything. He only knew that there were 3 other immortal masters from the Chaoyang sect present during the battle. In the end, the first elder and the other immortal masters were all killed. 3 of the Chaoyang sect members died, and 1 survived. The one who survived was Ziyue. As for whether there were other people involved, we don't know. Jiang Lu said with a serious expression. Zhou Qing was instantly speechless. He felt an incomparably heavy pressure fall on his body. He seemed to have aged a little. At the same time, endless regrets surfaced in his heart. If he had known that Ziyue was so ruthless and powerful, why would he have provoked him? Sectmaster, what should we do next? Li Xian asked with a worried expression. Jiang Lu also showed a look of concern. What should he do? For the first time, Zhou Qing felt lost. Revenge? How? There were only 20 immortal masters in the Dao Accomplishment sect. This time, 8 of them had fallen, including the first elder and second elder, who had reached the peak of the Aperture Enlightening realm. He was the only immortal master left. How could he take revenge? At this time, he was worried that the other party would take revenge on the Dao Accomplishment sect. When he thought of this, he was shocked and started to panic. He hurriedly said, This time, it will be the greatest danger that my Dao sect will face since it was established. We have to prepare for the worst. Zhou Qing was, after all, the leader of a faction. Very quickly, he was able to think clearly. Elderly, I need you to bring a group of disciples with potential to Bei Xian faction in the name of an exchange. While preserving our strength, ask Bei Xian faction to send reinforcements. Elder Jiang, I'll leave it to you to organize the remaining disciples in the sect and practice together with the 5 elements golden light array to guard against possible enemies. Even though he wasn't sure if the other party would really attack their sect, as a sect master, he had to be prepared. Yes. Li Xian and Jiang Lu bowed and answered. As for me, I will personally go to the witchcraft sect and ask Diao Lunkue for help. I hope he can make it in time. Then, Zhou Qing spoke again. Diao Lunkue, the one from the witchcraft sect? Li Xian and Jiang Lu were shocked. That's right. In the battle for the 12 spots 60 years ago, it was my master who helped her escape death. Although she was too injured to be one of the 12 spots, her strength is undeniable. Now that the sect is in danger, it's time to ask for this favor. Zhou Qing said softly. The Dao Accomplishment sect has been established for more than 200 years. Its foundation is not deep, but it is not weak either. Let's not talk about the Qi refinement stage. There are about 20 immortal masters in the enlightenment stage. Among them, there are 3 at the peak of the enlightenment stage. They're the Grand Elder Su Chaofan, the Second Elder Guo Zhengshan, and the Sect Master Zhou Qing. There are also 3 late-stage enlightenment stage immortals, 6 mid-stage enlightenment stage immortals, and 6 early-stage enlightenment stage immortals. However, after the previous battle, the number of immortal masters in the Dao Accomplishment sect should be around 12 or 13. Most of the immortal masters are relatively weak. Therefore, the current strength of the Tao Accomplishment Sect should be less than half of its peak strength. On the Tempest Silver-Winged Shuttle, Ziyue was deep in thought. It was never his style to be passive and fight back. The Tao Accomplishment Sect had come to attack him again and again. They had touched his bottom line. Therefore, he made some arrangements and went straight to the mountain gate of the Tao Accomplishment Sect. This time, his thoughts were very simple and pure, and that was to kill and flatten the mountain and destroy the stronghold. With my strength, even if the sect master of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, Zhou Qing, I should have nothing to fear and win. After the previous battle, Ziyue had a clearer understanding of his strength. Although he had not reached the peak of the enlightenment stage, because he had cultivated many Dharma spells and secret techniques to perfection, he was able to exert the strongest power of these Dharma spells and secret techniques. In fact, it could not be measured by his realm. Not to mention that his realm was not weak. The difference in the purity of primordial force between the late enlightenment stage and the peak enlightenment stage was not big. It was just that it was not as strong as the peak enlightenment stage. With the help of the spirit energy, he was not afraid of anyone in terms of primordial force. The only problem is the protective array of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, the 5 Elements Golden Light Array. Although this array is not as good as the Earthly Magnetic Divine Light Array of the Chaoyang Sect, it is still a third-grade array. It can only be broken by a God Realm Master's full attack. If the array is protected by a disciple, even a God Realm Master would not be able to break it with one attack. Although Ziyue had decided to attack the Tao Accomplishment Sect, he would not be rash. Thus, he soon began to consider whether or not he would be able to break through the formation. Right now, my strongest offensive technique should be the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique. However, although this Thunder technique was powerful, it could not be compared to the all-out attack of a Divine Realm expert. It would be difficult to break the 5 Elements Golden Light formation. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Since the first strike had failed, he would just strike twice, thrice. The activation of any formation required a certain amount of energy, and there was a limit to it. I don't believe that I won't be able to break this formation even if I blast it 8 to 10 times. As Ziyue thought to himself, his eyes flickered. Instantly, a golden book rushed out from his body. Since the Tao Accomplishment Sect said that the Heavenly Evolution Mirror is the treasure of your sect, I will use this treasure to deal with you. As this thought flashed through his mind, his spiritual consciousness spread out, and he began to use the Divine Thunder technique. Buzz! In the void, the thunderclouds were rolling and brewing. At the same time, Ziyue's spiritual consciousness moved, and the Heavenly Evolution Mirror automatically turned to a page. Suddenly, it shone brightly and turned into a huge mirror. Above the mirror, a fluorescent light shot up to the sky and enveloped the thunderclouds in the void. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Ziyue continued to consume his primordial force to maintain the operation of the Heavenly Evolution Mirror. The thundercloud that was silently brewing in the void finally, gradually shrank. It was slowly pulled and sealed into the Zhou Tianyin spell mirror. Success! Ziyue was overjoyed. However, he soon felt the emptiness in his body. Executing the Divine Firmament 5 lightnings required a lot of essence force. In addition, he had used the Zhou Tianyin spell mirror to seal this lightning art. Even though his essence force was still considered rich, it was still somewhat lacking. Therefore, he quickly took out a superior grade spirit stone and began to recover the primordial force in his body. As for using spirit energy, in his opinion, it was a waste to use spirit energy to recover primordial force unless it was in a big battle. Half an hour later, Ziyue did the same. He had also sealed the second Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Art. Then, the second, the third 6 hours later, he had sealed all 12 Divine Firmament 5 Thunder Dharma spells into the Zhou Tianyin magic mirror. Chapter 339. What's going on in the sect recently? I've just left the sect for a few days, and I was summoned back. Me too. I didn't even have time to take out the celestial artifact that I asked someone to refine for me. It said that our sect has encountered a deadly enemy this time. The first elder, the second elder, and 7 or 8 celestial masters were killed together. The death knell of the sect has been rung 7 times in a row. This has never happened before in our sect. That's why we summoned all the disciples back to the sect and asked them to stay at the nodes of the defensive formation and practice the formation just in case. How is that possible? No wonder the atmosphere in the sect is so weird. Everyone is in a panic as if a disaster is coming. I see. However, the defensive formation of our sect is a 3rd-grade formation, the 5 Elements Golden Light formation. It can withstand the full blow of a Divine Realm expert. Could it be that our enemy is a God Realm expert? Although he's not, he can kill 7 or 8 celestial masters in one battle and make everyone, including the sect leader, nervous. How can he be a simple person? In the sect, the atmosphere was solemn. Voices of shock and panic were heard one after another. Su Zixuan was among them. The fear and shock in his heart were indescribable and made him dizzy. At this time, he also knew that the first elder and the others were killed in the Demon Ridge mineral vein. Normally, he wouldn't think too much about it. However, because he had participated in the attack on Ziyue with the sect leader, he paid special attention to the news about Ziyue. Therefore, he knew that Ziyue was now in the Demon Ridge mineral vein. Combining the 2 facts, he had to guess that the death of the first elder and the others was caused by Ziyue. How long has it been? It shouldn't be him. Su Zixuan shook his head. But when he thought about it, Su Zixuan was only at level 9 of the Qi refining stage, and he could hold on for dozens of breaths without being defeated by the sect leader, who was at the peak of the aperture opening stage. Now, Su Zixuan had also broken through to the aperture opening stage. Suddenly, he was frightened and tormented. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the 5 Elements Golden Light formation suddenly rose and was activated to the extreme. Everyone, get ready. Enemy attack. Then, a deep voice was heard. It's the 4th elder's voice. Is there really an expert attacking our sect? I saw him. Alone? You dare to come alone? Do you really think that there's no one in our Dao Accomplishment sect? This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return. Anxious voices mixed with anger constantly rang out from the mouths of the various disciples. They were all guarding the various nodes of the formation and were already prepared to deal with the situation. It's really him. Su Zixuan also raised his head to look at the void. The figure that was approaching from afar immediately caused his pupils to shrink, and he almost cried out in shock. Let's start. Bai Ziyue soared through the air and did not hesitate. With a thought, a golden book immediately flew out from his body. Qi, qi, qi. Streaks of thunderclouds condensed and dispersed in the void almost instantly. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts condensed in the void and descended. Under Bai Ziyue's control, the 12 thunderclouds were arranged into the basic form of the 12 Citadel formation. They connected with each other and amplified each other, causing the already powerful power of lightning to increase slightly. Lightning fall. Ziyue guided the lightning bolts in the void with his own primordial force. In an instant, endless lightning bolts crazily struck down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What a powerful lightning magic art. The combined power of such magic art isn't any weaker than the attack of a Divine Realm expert. Jiang Lu, the 4th elder of the Dao Accomplishment sect, gritted his teeth and then shouted, "Block it!" He hurriedly controlled the 5 Elements Golden Light formation to form a huge defensive golden light. With the help of the superior 2nd-grade spiritual land and the spiritual energy of the 108 disciples, the formation madly resisted the lightning bolts. How is this possible? 12 spells at once. 10,000 Zhang Long Thunderbolt. Can our formation really withstand such power? Divine punishment to destroy the world? What kind of monster did our Dao Accomplishment sect provoke? Panicked voices rang out one after another. Some people even felt regret in their hearts. Why did they listen to the order and return to the sect? However, in the face of such a terrifying lightning bolt, they could only grit their teeth and continue to inject spiritual energy to maintain the operation of the formation. Boom, boom, boom. Many disciples, deacons, and elders of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, regardless of whether they were in the Qi refining realm or the aperture enlightening realm, felt the entire five elements golden light formation shake violently almost at the same time. Even the superior second grade spiritual vein on the ground, the cloud-piercing peak, which was connected to the entire formation, shook violently. Fortunately, the five elements golden light formation was a third-grade formation. Although it was only at the inferior third grade, with the support of the spiritual vein and the support of many disciples, it finally blocked the first wave of lightning bolts. However, metal lightning, wood lightning, water lightning, fire lightning, earth lightning, five lightning bolts of divine firmament strike together. Ziyue guided the lightning bolts again with a cold and resolute look. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of lightning that were even fiercer than the previous ones descended from the sky. Rumble. The five elements golden light formation shone brightly, but in the blink of an eye, it suddenly dimmed and shrank under the bombardment of the lightning bolts. Finally, at a certain moment, puff, 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 countless disciples trembled violently as their spiritual energy flowed uncontrollably into their bodies. As their heads buzzed, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and their faces turned pale. The 108 disciples who were guarding the formation at the nodes were all severely injured without exception. As for the fourth elder, Jiang Lu, who was in charge of the formation at the center of the formation, he suffered from the backlash of spiritual energy. Endless blood stained his clothes, and the lit acupoints all over his body exploded one by one. His dantian was also shattered, and a huge hole appeared in his body. Hundreds of years of hard work had gone up in smoke. The spiritual energy surged, and the spiritual energy shook. On the cloud-piercing peak, the ground cracked and collapsed as if doomsday had arrived. The Tao Accomplishment Sect's protective formation, the five elements golden light formation, was broken. Kill! Ziyue instantly rushed out of the gate of the Tao Accomplishment Sect and opened his palm. It turned into a shocking giant palm and slammed down. Immortal martial handprint. Boom! The dozen or so Qi condensation stage cultivators who had gathered together were unable to put up any resistance at all. They were crushed into a bloody pulp by the palm strike. Spiritual energy plus 6,422, plus 4,237, plus 2,389, plus 8,722. A large number of spiritual energy values flashed by. With a thought, the evading divine sword turned into a ray of light and disappeared in a flash. Puff! An early stage, enlightening immortal master was about to make a move, but his inferior grade spiritual artifact was broken like a piece of paper. The flying sword didn't slow down and penetrated his head. Spiritual energy plus 38,563. Who the hell are you? What kind of grudge do you have with the Tao Accomplishment Sect? An enlightening immortal master said sadly. His flying sword was as fast as lightning and rushed towards Ziyue. How sad, Ziyue whispered. He was surprised that the Tao Accomplishment Sect didn't even reveal their grudge against him. Instead, they attacked mercilessly. A ball of pitch-black flames spread out and enveloped him. With a sizzling sound, the immortal master's spiritual light was quickly destroyed and burned to ashes. Spiritual energy plus 41,156. With Ziyue's current strength, it was easy for him to kill an early-stage enlightening immortal master. However, in the blink of an eye, several enlightened celestial masters swarmed toward him and attacked him. In the distance, dozens of Qi refinement cultivators and 5 or 6 Khanate realm martial artists rushed toward him and launched a fierce attack. Flying swords, long spears, flying knives, dharma spells, talismans, thunder pearls, all kinds of saber auras, sword auras. They turned into endless spiritual lights and rushed towards Ziyue. After all, the Tao Accomplishment Sect was an immortal cultivation sect with a strong foundation and many disciples. Under the attack of the combined attack, even Ziyue had to retreat. At the same time, a golden pearl floated out of the ground. Then, countless golden rays of light burst out from the pearl, shrouding him within. A solid figure rose from his body. It was like a layer of armor that protected him. The two layers of shield light fit perfectly and formed an angle to protect him. Golden spiritual pearl, immortal martial true body. 5 elements, shield technique. 3 layers of defense were cast. Then, another palm came crashing down like a 5-finger mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of attacks exploded on the palm print, but they were all swept away. Occasionally, some attacks landed on Ziyue, but under the protection of the several layers of defense, other than 2 layers of defense, they did not pose any threat to him. Therefore, in the void, thunderclouds rolled, and streaks of lightning, like roaring thunder dragons, made crackling sounds. Rumble. Endless lightning bolts descended. Ah no, no one in the Tao Accomplishment Sect could withstand the bombardment of the divine Firmament 5 thunder technique, even if the lightning scattered and fell. Almost in an instant, a large number of low-level cultivators were charred black and lying on the ground. Several enlightened realm immortal masters retreated in time and ran 100 meters away, but under the attack of the flying sword. Even the mid-stage enlightened realm immortal masters rolled down like dumplings. At this moment, Ziyue was really like a demon god, powerful and invincible. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was slightly gloomy and looked incomparably cold. Zhou Qing is not here. In the Tao Accomplishment Sect, the one who had the deepest hatred for him was the sect master of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, Zhou Qing. In the end, he did not appear even after he attacked so viciously. Obviously, he was not here. Escaped? Ziyue suddenly felt terrible. Anger surged in him, and he attacked even more ruthlessly. Boom! As the grand immortal martial palm slammed down, more than 10 cultivators, including 2 Xiantian realm martial artists, were killed by him. Spiritual energy plus 6843, plus 21456, plus 9742, plus 19722, plus 5452. Then, the flying sword flashed again, and the 4th enlightened realm immortal master died. Run! Run quickly! In the distance, the 4th elder of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, Jiang Lu, whose cultivation had been destroyed, hurriedly took a deep breath and let out a fierce roar. But in his heart, he was sad. The Tao Accomplishment Sect is finished. Sect Master, if you don't come, the Tao Accomplishment Sect will really be destroyed. So miserable. Please give me a subscription and monthly ticket. Chapter 340. Instantly, countless disciples of the Tao Attainment Sect turned into birds and flew away in all directions. Some of the disciples suddenly attacked each other because of old grudges or because of the weapons that were scattered on the ground. There was no good or evil between cultivators of the immortal Tao, only benefits. There was no difference between them and the martial artists of the pugilistic world. Ziyue was indifferent. In the end, he did not kill those low-level cultivators who were escaping in all directions. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. He could take revenge on the upper echelons of the Tao Attainment Sect and cast spells at those who attacked him, but he would not kill indiscriminately. However, coldness flashed in Ziyue's eyes. He saw someone familiar. Lu Zhishuan. A few months ago, it was because of Gong Fei and Lu Zhishuan that Zhou Qing intercepted him. It could be said that he was one of the main culprits of all the grudges. Back then, Gong Fei had been killed by him. As for Lu Zhishuan, he had managed to escape a calamity because Zhou Qing had protected him. Now that he met him, he naturally would not let him go. The flying sword shot out and disappeared in a flash. Lu Zhishuan, who was desperately running for his life, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly raised his head and happened to see Bai Ziyue's ice-cold gaze. His heart shook violently as he hurriedly shouted, "No! Spare me! Poof!" However, the result did not change at all. The flying sword directly pierced through him. Spiritual energy plus 8,922. Then, he moved like a phantom and appeared in front of the fourth elder of the Tao Attainment sect, Jianglu. "Tell me, where is your sect leader?" Ziyue asked coldly. "You should be Ziyue who obtained the inheritance of the immortal martial sect. We came from the same origin and came from the same sect." Jianglu sighed and endless sadness flashed in his eyes. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the sect leader of the Tao Attainment sect. His choice was different, and the result would definitely be different. Ziyue said indifferently. He only wanted to cultivate steadily and did not want to be enemies with anyone. In the end, Zhou Qing came and attacked him. Thinking about it carefully, how innocent was he? That's right. If I hadn't been greedy and wanted to kill him for his treasures, how could this have happened? Jianglu sighed, but it's too tempting. Anyone would be greedy for a qi refinement cultivator with a treasure like the heavenly divination mirror. Our Tao accomplishment sect can grow to this extent in a mere 200 years. If we don't resort to trickery, how can we develop and grow? However, we did not expect your strength to be so shocking. Moreover, you were able to raise your celestial technique realm to the late stage of the aperture awakening realm in such a short time. If I had known this would happen, Sect Master would have risked exposing himself to kill you in advance. Jianglu's eyes flashed with a faint trace of remorse. However, it was not because he regretted offending Ziyue. Instead, he regretted that their sect master, Zhou Qing, had not killed Ziyue in advance. Because of that, their Tao completion sect had suffered such a calamity. Ziyue's expression changed. "I know you want to know about our sect master. As for the many cultivation methods, elixir techniques, celestial techniques, and the many treasures in our sect, I think you're also tempted. However, since you destroyed our sect, you're our enemy. Do you think we'll really leave it to you? I think that without the restrictions of the sect, our sect master will act without any scruples. You're dead meat." As Jianglu spoke, a trace of ferocity appeared on his pale face. With a flip of his hand, a purple-gold disc array suddenly appeared in his hand. Oh no! Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly shot out his flying sword. It's too late. Explode. Jianglu stretched out his hand and crushed it. The disc array was suddenly activated. Buzz! 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 The entire cloud-piercing peak of the Tao completion sect suddenly bloomed with endless light. After the incomparably violent spiritual fluctuations spread out slightly, they suddenly contracted. Rumble! The earth trembled and the earth turned over. The entire cloud-piercing peak exploded in an instant, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Countless buildings, pavilions, scriptures, alchemy, treasures, instantly collapsed and were buried by the endless mountain peak and huge rocks. Terrifying energy surged out and turned into a huge wave. Anything within the range of the wave was instantly torn apart, crushed, and annihilated. In the vast and mighty wave, everything was crushed and destroyed. Exploding the spirit meridians, how cruel! Ziyue sneered, but his movements did not slow down at all. The silver wind flying shuttle flew out and expanded against the wind. Soon he jumped into it. Buzz! There was no hesitation at all. He directly activated the flying shuttle and increased its speed to the maximum. Chi! The flying shuttle trembled, and the secret inscriptions on it suddenly flashed. Puff! As if it had broken through some kind of limit, the flying shuttle suddenly flashed and shot out at an even faster speed than before. Flash of the wind. At this moment, he activated the powerful escape technique, Flash of the Wind, that was originally on the flying shuttle. Coupled with this escape technique, the speed of the flying shuttle instantly broke through the limit of the peak of the aperture opening realm. It flew like a stream of light. At the same time, Ziyue's flying sword suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Jianglu. It only brushed past Jianglu's waist slightly. His storage bag had already caught up with the flying sword and quickly chased after Ziyue. Ziyue did not directly kill him, because there was no need for it. After the spirit meridians exploded, the power that erupted was even more terrifying and shocking than the eruption of the earth fire. Jianglu's cultivation had been completely dispersed, and he was almost a cripple. Even if he was in perfect condition and was still in the late aperture opening realm, he would not be able to escape death under such a terrifying spiritual storm. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, boom. The huge spiritual storm, like rolling waves, rushed out quickly and almost drowned Jianglu and many cultivators who had not had time to escape. It quickly caught up with Ziyue's flying shuttle and fiercely crushed it. Rumble. The flying shuttle trembled, and the spiritual light was torn apart. The flying shuttle was thrown out violently. Even Ziyue's many defensive means were broken through one after another like thin paper. 10 minutes later, the cloud waves were faint, and the originally towering, piercing cloud peak had completely collapsed. The Tao Accomplishment Sect, which had been established for more than 200 years, was completely buried in the endless rubble. There was almost no trace of its original existence. Even the surrounding spiritual qi, which was originally quite rich, gradually dissipated and became thin with the explosion of the high second-class spirit meridian. So cruel. Originally, the Tao Accomplishment Sect could have escaped. In the end, they were killed by Jianglu. Ziyue's eyes could not help but flash a trace of complex color. He found that he was still a little too immature. At least in terms of ruthlessness, he was not as cunning as Jianglu and Zhou Qing. They were not only cruel to others, but also to themselves. Originally, he still had some mercy in his heart, but now it seemed that there was no need at all. Both sides were already at war. How could he care so much? As long as he confirmed that the other side was an enemy, there was no need to hesitate at all. The most correct way was to kill at the first moment. In the final analysis, I am still inexperienced. But how many people have experience in things like flattening a mountain and destroying a stronghold? For me, as long as I achieve the set goal, it is enough. Although it is a pity that the Tao Accomplishment Sect lost many cultivation methods, secret skills, treasures, and spirit stones, it is nothing. Ziyue sighed and comforted himself, but his slightly twitching face still showed a painful expression. This is a lesson that I must remember. Even if I have the absolute upper hand, I can't underestimate any opponent. Ziyue was a person who was good at learning. After carefully thinking about his actions this time, he quickly found a few major shortcomings. However, the harvest this time is actually not little. At least, I have gained 5 storage bags again. These should be able to make up for some of my losses. Furthermore, the most important thing is that my spiritual energy has increased by a large amount. Now, it is 457 million. Ziyue glanced at his extra storage bag and the amount of spiritual energy on the attribute panel. He finally felt some comfort. In terms of cultivation methods and spells, he had already mastered the Immortal Martial Accomplishment Method, the Immortal Martial Glazed Light. Other than that, he did not need much. In the Tao Accomplishment Sect, there were no supernatural powers or spells. Only these 2 could be considered good. The others were far inferior to the Chaiyang sect. As for spirit stones, spirit weapons, and other things, Ziyue believed that most of them were definitely in the hands of the various immortal masters of the Tao Accomplishment Sect. Even if there were some in the other party's treasure vault, it was definitely not a lot. The higher-ups of the Tao Accomplishment Sect were much more ruthless to the low-level cultivators than the Chaiyang sect. This point could be seen from the fact that Jianglu ruthlessly blew up the spirit vein. In addition to the previous 8, he now had 13 storage bags that belonged to the immortal masters of the Enlightenment realm in his hands. In fact, it was equivalent to taking most of the assets of the Tao Accomplishment Sect into his pocket. It was not a loss. As for Zhou Qing, there will be a time when we meet. Moreover, even if he hides and does not show up, I'm not afraid. In the Chaiyang sect, there is a spell called the 9 Palace Stars Tracking Technique. Although this spell was neither offensive nor defensive, it was able to detect the enemy's whereabouts through karmic connections. If there is no other way, I will go and learn this spell. Even if he is at the end of the world, I will be able to find him. Ziyue thought in his heart. Just as he was about to walk around the ruins of the Tao Accomplishment Sect to see if there were any other gains, he suddenly sensed that in the distance, there were rays of spiritual light rushing towards this side. He knew that the movement here had attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Without the thought of meeting face to face, Ziyue turned into a ray of spiritual light and flew in the opposite direction, quickly disappearing without trace. Chapter 341. Tao Accomplishment Sect was destroyed. This news quickly spread as the nearby cultivators approached. In just a few days, it had spread to all the celestial cultivation sects in the Great Qian Nation. Countless discussions followed. Beixian Faction, Beixian Hall. Elderly, Master Celestial Yunfeng, I'm sorry about your sect destruction. The faction leader of Beixian Faction, Meng Chuan, looked at the two people in the hall and said, It's not your fault, faction leader Meng. Even if Beixian Faction sent reinforcements in time, it would be too late. Li Xian shook his head, unable to hide the disappointment and hesitation on his face. Who would have thought that the other party would act so quickly? Yunfeng, who was standing by the side, said, Master Celestial Yunfeng was one of the few remaining Master Celestials in Tao Accomplishment Sect. He had extraordinary potential. He was only 49 years old, but he had already reached the middle stage of the Aperture Activation Realm. He was the leader of the next generation of Tao Accomplishment Sect. This time, he came to Beixian Faction with Li Xian. What do you plan to do next? If you don't mind, Beixian Faction is willing to accept Tao Accomplishment Sect and open a new faction. We'll name it Tao Accomplishment Peak. Elderly will be the Peak Master, and Master Celestial Yunfeng will be the Deputy Peak Master. What do you think? Meng Chuan looked at Master Celestial Yunfeng. Li Xian was slightly moved. Tao Accomplishment Sect was destroyed, and they were like duckweeds without roots. If they could join Beixian Faction, it might be a good thing. However, he looked at Yunfeng carefully. He knew that faction leader Meng really valued Master Celestial Yunfeng. He was less than 50 years old, but he had already reached the middle stage of the Aperture Activation Realm. Even if he had just broken through, he was already qualified to fight for the 12 spots. Although there were many people with such potential in Beixian Faction, one more person might be able to get one more God Elixir. No one would give up. Although Li Xian was stronger, he couldn't make the decision. Thank you for your kindness, faction leader Meng. However, although our Tao Accomplishment Sect is destroyed, our faction leader is still here. It's not good to change factions. Everything still needs to be decided by our sect leader, my master, Zhou Qing. Yunfeng shook his head and said politely, Since that's the case, I won't force you. Meng Chuan sighed in disappointment. Then his eyes flickered as he asked, Then, may I know who your Tao Accomplishment Sect has offended? Is that why you encountered this problem? Li Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Such a method is definitely not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Lord Meng also knows that our Tao Accomplishment Sect has only been established for more than 200 years. We have to be very careful in order to achieve such a scale. It is impossible to provoke such a strong person rashly. From the fall of the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and the other immortal masters to the destruction of our Tao Realization Sect, everything happened too quickly. We didn't even get to the bottom of the matter before the sect was gone. However, although I do not know who did this matter should be related to a single person. Immortal Master Yunfeng suddenly said. Who? Asked Meng Chuan. Ziyue. Yunfeng said coldly. What do you think about the destruction of Tao Accomplishment Sect? Sect Master Wan Hong of the Chiuyang Sect asked. They should have offended someone. However, in the entire cultivation world, there shouldn't be many people who can do this except for God Realm experts. Could it be done by a God Realm expert? It shouldn't be. Once a God Realm expert makes a move, the pressure will be vast. Under the suppression of the aura, it won't dissipate for a long time. According to the scouts, there are no signs of a God Realm expert making a move. Do you think it has something to do with the upcoming battle for the 12 spots? In the past battles, although the sects had disputes and secretly made many moves, everyone abided by the rules. There has never been a situation where the sect was destroyed. Although, after the battle, there were indeed grudges that turned into enemies, and the sect was destroyed. I just received news that the astral wind in Gale Canyon has begun to weaken. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before it stopped, and there would definitely be warships from the other side that would descend upon this place. I think maybe someone is using this opportunity to clear the area in advance. It is said that there is a potential genius in Tao Accomplishment Sect who will compete for a spot. Has it begun to weaken? It seems that this time the astral wind will stop a little earlier than before. Then the prelude of the battle between the sects will also start. The elders began to discuss among themselves. But we must thoroughly investigate the information of this mysterious expert. Otherwise, it will be a threat to our sect's disciples. Wan Hong said immediately, "Sect Master, I just received a piece of news that may have something to do with the mysterious expert." At this moment, Elder Nan Ping, who was in charge of the Internal Affairs Hall, suddenly said, "Tell me quickly." Wan Hong hurriedly said. The others also showed a trace of concern. "I just received news from the Demon Ridge mineral vein that 7 immortal masters of Tao Accomplishment Sect fought with our Chaoyang sect's disciples. 7 immortal masters of Tao Accomplishment Sect died, and 3 of our sect's disciples died. According to the news, the reason why the remaining people survived was that during the battle, a mysterious expert suddenly joined in. This person killed the first elder, second elder, and several other immortal masters of Tao Accomplishment Sect. This mysterious expert calls himself the Kunlun Taoist. Perhaps he is the one who destroyed the Tao Accomplishment Sect." Elder Nan Ping hurriedly responded, "Kunlun Taoist." Everyone's face showed hesitation and confusion. They all expressed that they had not heard of this name. "Then who is the survivor of our sect?" Someone suddenly asked. "Ziyue. It's him." Although Ziyue tried to keep a low profile, various immortal cultivation sects more or less knew about Ziyue, the key person, for various reasons. Considering the time he took to break through to the Aperture Enlightening Realm, not many people would think that he was the one who destroyed the Tao Accomplishment Sect. However, they all knew that he was related to the mysterious Kunlun Taoist. Therefore, inexplicably and naturally, Ziyue's name spread to the ears of many experts, even those in the divine realm. Ziyue, who was far away in the mountains, naturally did not know about this. After destroying the mountain gate of Tao Accomplishment Sect, Ziyue did not directly return to the Demon Ridge mineral vein. Instead, he randomly found a mountain and descended. He needed to calm down his chaotic primordial chi because of the impact of the explosion of the spiritual vein. Of course, one of his purposes was to sort out his gains this time. This kind of ordinary mountain would not attract the attention of cultivators, and there would not be any monsters. In addition, it was 100 miles away from Tao Accomplishment Sect, so it was more suitable for him. Ziyue operated the purple chi divine observation technique, and the chaotic primordial chi in his body gradually calmed down. Then he took out an upper spirit stone and began to slowly recover the primordial chi he had consumed in the previous battle. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, after an hour, Ziyue opened his eyes. It turns out that immortal cultivation method cultivators have the effect of stabilizing their primordial chi. This time, because my cultivation method was not perfect, my primordial chi began to be chaotic because of the impact of the outside world. If the cultivation method was perfect, all the acupoints in the purple chi divine observation technique's circulation diagram would be ignited. Naturally, it would be stable and would not be so easily impacted by the outside world. Ziyue had a hint of understanding in his heart. If the cultivation method was not perfect, it would be difficult to achieve a balance between the inside and outside of his body. Once there was an intense spiritual fluctuation in the outside world like before, his strength would be affected. especially if he encountered a spiritual storm like before, or if he encountered spells or supernatural powers that could cause intense spiritual fluctuation. Then he would be able to exert at most 70% of his strength. The situation would become correspondingly very dangerous. If that's the case, then it's time for me to officially raise my strength to the peak of the aperture opening realm. Ziyue's thoughts moved slightly and landed on his attribute panel. After a big battle, the amount of his spiritual energy had directly soared from more than 700,000 to 4,570,000. It was already very sufficient. It was enough for him to break through his strength and cultivate the purple chi divine observation technique to the perfect state. Therefore, he did not hesitate anymore. Do you want to spend 2,068,922 spiritual energy to ignite 69 acupoints? Ignite. Boom! Ziyue's body shook violently. Wave after wave of spiritual energy that gradually became stronger due to the igniting of his acupoints rose up. 301 acupoints, 302 acupoints, 303 acupoints. In the blink of an eye, a total of 69 acupoints in his body were all opened and ignited. Then, they emitted a fluorescent light. Under the impetus of the powerful spiritual energy, the purple chi divine observation technique was also rapidly operating. It was as if it had gone through 20,000 days and nights of bitter cultivation, quickly nourishing his body and mind. It also caused the opened acupoints to continuously expand and reach a certain degree of limit. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, just as all 369 acupoints of the purple chi divine observation technique in Ziyue's body were ignited in the aperture opening realm, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly rose from his body. Buzz! Under the powerful spiritual energy, a terrifying spiritual energy was produced. In the vast and mighty spiritual energy, all living creatures within a few thousand meters of the surrounding area, regardless of whether they were poisonous insects, ferocious beasts, birds, or fish, suddenly felt a threat that originated from the level of life descending upon them. Frightened, almost all the living creatures were as silent as cicadas in winter. They went limp and trembled. It was only after a long while that the oppressive might weakened and dissipated. Then, birds soared into the sky and ferocious beasts passed by. All the living creatures actually fled from the surrounding area at the first moment. That was to say, the spiritual energy in this place was not obvious. It was remote, and there were few people. Otherwise, such a commotion would definitely have caused a huge commotion. I've broken through. The peak of the aperture opening realm, Ziyue muttered. A spiritual energy that was as smooth as one was produced from his body. This spiritual energy was ethereal and nimble. In a trance, it actually gave his body an additional spiritual energy. Chapter 342. Perfect aura blended into one. This is a sign unique to the peak of the aperture enlightening state. With such strength, I might not be able to do whatever I want in this world, but I should be able to protect myself. Moreover, no matter which sect I am in, I should be able to become an elder. In some small sects, I might even be able to become a sect leader. Ziyue let out a long sigh and could not help but reveal a look of satisfaction. How many people would not be able to reach the peak of the aperture enlightening state from the early stage of the aperture enlightening state, even after decades or centuries? However, he had only spent 3 months. Although it was due to the attribute panel, how much effort did he put in? However, the perfect aura is indeed awe-inspiring. However, it is very attention-grabbing. My situation can be understood by anyone in the Morning Sun sect, or even by those who are observant. If I reveal myself to others as the peak of the aperture enlightening state, it will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, I must use a certain technique to hide my aura. Ziyue first thought of the aura concealment technique. However, although the aura concealment technique was useful, it was only a secret martial arts technique. It would not be of much use when concealing his immortal technique state. Therefore, he suddenly thought of a technique. Invisibility technique. This technique originated from Wu Zhonghui. Although Ziyue could see through it with his spiritual eye technique, it was only because of his amazing eyesight and Wu Zhonghui's lack of proficiency in this technique. Once this technique was cultivated to perfection, the invisibility effect would definitely be extraordinary. This invisibility technique can be divided into 4 stages. Invisibility, spirit concealment, and body integration with heaven and earth. If it is only to hide my cultivation level, I only need to cultivate to the spirit concealment stage. Under the spirit concealment stage, my elemental energy will be hidden. Naturally, others will not be able to detect my specific cultivation level. However, this situation is still not safe. Once someone cultivates a probing technique, it will be very easy to break this technique. Therefore, to be on the safe side, I must cultivate to the spirit concealment stage, or even body integration with heaven and earth. Ziyue pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. As for the effect of invisibility, once he mastered this spell, invisibility was just a matter of thought for him. His only concern was the consumption of essence energy. Other than the invisibility technique, I have to start cultivating the immortal martial Dao as soon as possible. The immortal martial Grand Immortal Palm was a Dao art that allowed one to fuse the immortal martial Grand Immortal Palm together. Not only would it be able to integrate one's strength and improve one's strength, it would also be able to unleash the full might of the immortal martial Grand Immortal Palm, allowing it to reach a level comparable to innate techniques. It can even pose a threat to deity realm experts. This was also the reason why Ziyue was so eager to cultivate the purple chi visualization technique to perfection. This was because only by mastering this immortal cultivation technique would he be able to smoothly switch to cultivating immortal martial arts and Dao arts, and prevent his strength from dissipating. Having made up his mind, Ziyue did not immediately start cultivating. Instead, his gaze landed on the 5 storage bags he had obtained this time. Perhaps it was because his strength had soared once again and he had reached the peak of the Aperture Awakening realm, but this time he opened the storage bag even faster. In just a short hour, the restrictions on the 5 storage bags were all broken by him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took out countless treasures. 2 high-grade spirit weapons, 3 middle-grade spirit weapons, 3 low-grade spirit weapons, and more than 20 magic weapons. One of them, the Black Tortoise Shield, is not bad. Although it is only a middle-grade spirit weapon, the Black Tortoise Shield should be refined from the shell of the Spirit Turtle at the late stage of the Spirit Detecting realm. Not only does it have a certain degree of immunity to spells, but it also has a very good defense against spirit weapons. As for the others, although there's no lack of quality, they're not suitable for my use. In terms of spirit stones, there are about 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. It is not a lot, but it is not a little either. In addition, there are dozens of spiritual materials, hundreds of talismans of various grades, more than 70 bottles of spirit pills, 53 jade slips, miscellaneous items. Ziyue silently counted and quickly made some calculations in his heart. Although the harvest this time was far less than when he had killed the 7 immortal masters of the Dao Accomplishment Sect, the total value was still about 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Based on this calculation, his net worth had once again increased by a large margin, reaching 9 million. However, net worth is net worth. The real number of spirit stones here is actually only about 2,700,000. The rest are spirit weapons, magic weapons, spirit pills, talismans, and so on. Although the value is high, it is still a bit troublesome to deal with them. Ziyue looked at the nearly 20 storage bags hanging on his body and revealed a trace of helplessness. Having too many storage bags was not a good thing. It was easy to attract some prying eyes. It seems that I have to find a market as soon as possible and sell a lot of things. Ziyue thought silently and quickly took out a jade slip and began to check the nearby market. Seeing this jade slip, Ziyue's heart was inexplicably moved. This jade slip happened to be something he had asked for from Fan Xingyu before. Previously, he did not know the identity of the other party. Now he knew that this Fan Xingyu was one of the true disciples of the palace master of Jihua Fairy Palace. Her talent was unparalleled, and as long as she did not die, she would definitely be able to enter the God Realm. Jihua Fairy Palace was also one of the 7 major immortal cultivation sects, along with Chaoyang sect and Beixian sect. Not only did the sect also have God Realm elites, but its treasure, Jihua Glazed Lamp, was also known as the strongest Dharma treasure here. With it, a God Realm elite was almost invincible. Inexplicably abandoned the complicated thoughts in his heart, Ziyue's divine sense entered the jade slip, and the location of the surrounding market quickly appeared in his mind. The only large market nearby is there. It is more than 1,500 miles away from here, Ziyue frowned. It was not that there were no other markets around, but most of them were just small ones and could not take in the many treasures on his body. After secretly deciding the itinerary, he did not think too much and scanned with his divine sense again. In an instant, a lot of information from more than 50 jade slip eyes quickly flashed through his mind. More than 50 jade slip eyes? How much information was recorded in them? Therefore, he only roughly checked many of the jade slip eyes, and after confirming that they were of no help to him, he skipped over them. Thus, he spent half an hour before he finally finished checking all the jade slips. In these 53 jade slip eyes, there are a total of 5 cultivation techniques. Excluding the ones I know, there are 3 more. The 3 cultivation techniques are not as good as the purple chi visualization technique, and naturally not as good as the immortal cultivation technique. However, the total number of acupoints involved is more than 350. Among them, there are a total of 32 acupoints, which do not coincide with the number of acupoints I have mastered. In this way, the total number of acupoints that I have mastered has reached 523. There's still a long way to go, and I am still more than 200 away from 800 acupoints. Moreover, 800 acupoints may not be the limit of this level. Duh, silently calculated, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. Since he had such a unique thing as the attribute panel, he naturally hoped that he could ignite as many acupoints as possible. He had an intuition in his heart that when he broke through to the God Realm, the more acupoints he ignited and the more profound his accumulation in this realm, the more benefits he would get in the future and the more powerful his strength would be. Therefore, I still need to work harder. Several days later, Ziyue was entrenched in a flying shuttle. The flying shuttle was naturally not the strong-wind, silver-winged flying shuttle. Because of the spiritual pulse riot, although the strong-wind, silver-winged flying shuttle was not completely destroyed, it was on the verge of being destroyed, and it needed a specialized weapon refiner to completely repair it. Therefore, Ziyue was now riding one of his trophies, the Flying Dragon Shuttle. Its grade was better than that of the strong-wind, silver-winged flying shuttle. Although it was not a high-grade spiritual weapon, it could be regarded as a fine medium-grade spiritual weapon. Its full speed was even faster than that of the strong-wind, silver-winged flying shuttle. It was sealed with a magic art called the Cloud Sea Flying Dragon, which could go straight up to the 9th heaven and resist the attack of the strong wind above 3,000 feet. At the critical moment, it could also save one's life. At least, it was absolutely impossible for ordinary cultivators to fly in the sea of clouds. Driving the Flying Dragon Shuttle with a trace of his mind, Ziyue's mind was more on practicing magic arts. His divine senses surged, and a series of complex runes were visualized in his mind, and then quickly combined and sketched, forming a complicated magic art structure. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 5 breaths, a trace of spiritual light suddenly emerged on Ziyue's body. In an instant, his entire body disappeared as if he had never existed in the first place. After a long while, with a flash of spiritual light, Ziyue's figure finally reappeared on the spot. After several days of hard work, I finally cultivated this invisibility technique to the 99% level of the uninitiated level. It's just that this is the last step, and after 3 hours of cultivation, I still haven't broken through. Is there any mystery in it that I haven't fully understood? A trace of doubt flashed in Ziyue's eyes. With his current peak enlightening realm of immortal spells, his cultivation of all kinds of magic arts had actually been enhanced to a certain extent. At least in terms of cultivation speed, it was much faster than before. But now, in terms of cultivation of the invisibility technique, he still felt a little irritated because he had not been able to improve it for a long time. Inexplicably, he suddenly thought of the invisibility technique that Wu Zhonghui had used when he fought with him. His invisibility technique realm is not high, at most at the spirit concealing stage. But at that time, when my divine senses swept past, I couldn't detect any trace of him. Instead, I had to use the spiritual eye technique to break through, and I know. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyes lit up, and a trace of understanding appeared in his heart. Chapter 343. Divine Sense Compatibility. Ziyue recalled the state Wu Zhonghui was in when he used the invisibility spell. Wu Zhonghui's divine sense undulations were almost non-existent. This did not mean that his invisibility spell had really reached the spirit convergence realm, but that his divine sense just happened to be compatible with the spell. With the invisibility spell's unique spirit concealing effect, it also concealed his divine sense undulations. So, as long as my divine sense can make adjustments and be compatible with the spell, I don't even need to achieve complete compatibility. Naturally, I can improve the progress of this spell. Ziyue was slightly excited. He immediately began to try. With a flick of his divine sense, spell runes were sketched out one by one, quickly forming the spell structure of the invisibility spell. The origin energy in his body flowed in like a stream of water. In an instant, the spell was formed, and a special spiritual light flashed across Ziyue's body. Now, Ziyue's divine sense became even weaker and was compatible with this special spiritual light. Immediately, the spell was formed. Without a sound, Ziyue's entire body disappeared. Sure enough, I've reached the entry level. Ziyue's figure reappeared, but a bright light flashed across his eyes. He said in surprise, "Not only have I reached the entry level, but I've also directly advanced this spell to the entry level of 13%. The intra-level invisibility spell's spirit concealing effect is not weak. It can slightly weaken my aura and hide it to the level of the late aperture opening realm." Ziyue sensed that the aura on his body, the mellow aura unique to the peak of the aperture opening realm, had disappeared without a trace. However, he was naturally not satisfied with this. Consume 208,463 spiritual energy to upgrade the invisibility spell to perfection. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, Ziyue chose to upgrade. In an instant, countless cultivation experiences and understandings of the invisibility spell flowed into Ziyue's mind. As a result, the structure of the spell and the arrangement of the runes were greatly evolved and optimized, allowing him to comprehend the spell to the limit of the spell. And he also seemed to have gone through countless days and nights of bitter cultivation to master this spell and cultivate it to perfection. The invisibility spell has reached perfection. Ziyue was overjoyed and almost could not wait to use it. However, he thought for a while and suddenly stopped. With a thought, his divine sense gently brushed past his waist. Oh, a surprised and excited roar was heard. The black puppy's already somewhat huge body appeared on the soaring dragon shuttle. Soon, a look of extreme panic appeared on the little black dog's face. It looked around in fear at the scenery that was rapidly passing by. Void flight was too advanced for it. Bai Ziyue did not pay attention to the change in its expression. Only then did he calmly cast the invisibility spell. In less than a breath's time, Bai Ziyue's figure suddenly disappeared. The sky above, the ground, the entire world, the heavens, and the heaven was the heavens and earth, the heavens and the heaven-opening shuttle. The black puppy, which was already a little flustered, suddenly trembled and shuddered. Its dog eyes widened, and its dog nose sniffed with all its might, but it did not find anything. Instantly, it showed an expression of extreme fear. Then, as if it had thought of something, it hurriedly stuck its head out of the shuttle. The moment it passed through the protective shield, the violent wind blew its dog mouth askew. It tried its best to widen its dog eyes, trying to see the situation below, but it did not find anything. After a few times, it finally gave up on Yufong. It lowered its head and lay on the shuttle in low spirits. There were actually drops of crystal on the floor. What a useless dog! Ziyue instantly appeared in front of it. The black puppy's dog face immediately showed an expression of incomparable excitement. It hurriedly approached with a very eager look. Ziyue was finally satisfied with its performance. He threw out a few blood coagulation pills and played with it for a while before putting it back into the spirit beast pouch. Indeed, the invisibility spell is very effective when it reaches perfection. Even the dog demon, who is naturally very sensitive to auras, could not detect the slightest aura. Ziyue was very satisfied with this invisibility spell. With a thought, an aura belonging to the early stage of the enlightenment stage of the immortal spell realm appeared on his body. In this way, unless it's the God Realm Master or an enlightenment stage cultivator who has specially cultivated the spiritual eye spell and cultivated that spell to the great accomplishment stage, or even to the perfection stage, it's impossible for them to see through my real realm. As for the consumption, with the density of my primordial chi, even if I keep using it, it can last for 2 or 3 days. Basically, there's no need to worry. Ziyue thought in his heart and finally began to focus on the cultivation of the immortal martial way, the one sword breaking all spells and other spells. The ruins of the immortal martial way sect. The towering cloud-piercing peak had completely collapsed. Dozens of low-level cultivators, holding pickaxes, quickly dug on the broken ground as if they were mining ore. Occasionally, they would find 1 or 2 low-level magic weapons, which would make them happy for half a day. The entire mountain was like a beehive. In just a few days, they had turned the entire mountain upside down. Suddenly, 2 figures, one in the light and one in the dark, cut across the sky and quickly approached. Then they suddenly floated in the void. One of these 2 people was the sect leader of the Enlightenment stage, Zhou Qing, who was at the peak of the Enlightenment stage. The other was the top powerhouse of the witchcraft sect, Diaolinke, who Zhou Qing went to invite. The Enlightenment stage is gone. Zhou Qing was in disbelief, even though he had heard some rumors long ago. But when he saw the collapsed cloud-piercing peak with his own eyes, and the ruins of the Enlightenment stage on the cloud-piercing peak that had been reduced to ruins, he still felt extremely violent in his heart. In the end, I'm still too late. Zhou Qing's eyes were blood red, and his eyes were full of hostility as he looked down at the low-level cultivators who were shivering below. In an instant, a violent, terrifying, and oppressive aura came crushing down. But even if the Enlightenment stage is destroyed, it will not be trampled on by a group of cowards. The terrifying golden light gathered in the void. All the light in the world seemed to dim in the face of this dazzling golden light. Golden light arrow rain technique. No. Sect leader Zhou, please spare our lives. Run. Dozens of low-level cultivators were instantly scared out of their wits. They no longer cared about the treasures in the ruins of the Enlightenment stage, and all ran away. However, in front of Zhou Qing, who was at the peak of the Enlightenment stage, their speed, which they were so proud of, was as slow as a turtle's crawl. Dying, the golden light descended and turned into countless golden raindrops, enveloping all of the low-level cultivators in the area. Ah, Zhou Qing, you'll die a horrible death. The dozens of low-level cultivators roared, but in the end, they could only let out miserable cries as they were all penetrated by the golden light. Their blood stained the cloud-piercing peak as they died. What do you plan to do next? Jiao Kuei immediately asked, "Fellow Taoist Jiao, please help me." Zhou Qin cupped his fists and said, "Your master saved my life in the past, so I'm willing to kill this person for you. Since you made up your mind, then." Jiao Kuei stretched out her hand and moved slightly. A corpse that had been buried in the soil shot up into the sky and quickly flew in front of them. Then, she gently pointed forward. A ball of bloody qi instantly turned into a red light and quickly landed on the corpse. Qi, qi, qi. The moment the red light landed, the entire corpse rapidly melted and corroded. In almost the blink of an eye, it turned into a skeleton and was corroded into nothingness. As for that clump of red light, it shot out like a sharp sword the instant the corpse was melted. 1,000-mile, soul-chasing incantation. Let's go. The culprit fled in a northwest direction. Jiao Kuei shouted in a low voice and quickly shot in the direction of the ball of red light. Seeing this, Zhou Qin quickly followed. The capital of the Qian nation was called Tianyuan County. Less than 10 miles away from Tianyuan County, there was a market that looked like a county. It was called Tianyuan Market. The entire Tianyuan Market had been built for more than 700 years. It was extremely huge. Now, it was directly managed by the three great immortal cultivation clans, the Zhou clan, the Li clan, and the Kong clan. It was said that the royal family of the Qian nation was involved in it. In addition, the entire market was directly entrenched on a Grade 2, low-tier spirit vein. It attracted a large number of itinerant cultivators and martial artists. There were also many disciples of immortal cultivation sects who came to trade. On this day, a very young cultivator who was at the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm rushed over on a flying shuttle from afar. This young early-stage immortal cultivation cultivator was undoubtedly Ziyue. With the help of the invisibility technique, his true strength was maintained at the early-stage immortal cultivation realm. It was naturally difficult for others to see clearly. After a while, the flying shuttle landed a few miles away from the market. Is this Tianyuan Market? It is indeed the largest market in the entire Qian nation. Not only is it huge, even the Protective Mountain Array, a Grade 3 mid-tier array formation, the 7-star Spirit Lock Array, is actually better than the Protective Mountain Array of the Tao Accomplishment Sect. Ziyue was slightly emotional. Even if he used the Heavenly Evolution Spell Mirror and 12 bolts of the Divine Firmament 5 Thunder technique, it would probably be difficult to break such an array formation. In his heart, he paid more attention to the strength of the Tianyuan market. Like others, Ziyue put away the flying shuttle and used a light body spell to directly rush into the market. After paying a low-tier spirit stone at the entrance and exit, Ziyue successfully stepped into the market. What entered his eyes was the bustling crowd. Martial artists with sabers and swords, as well as immortal cultivation cultivators with agile auras, were mixed in with the crowd. It was very lively. Occasionally, Ziyue could even find traces of immortal cultivators in the immortal cultivation realm and Khanate cultivators like him. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The prosperity of this place was indeed extraordinary. It was indeed the capital of the nation. Fellow Taoist Bai. At this moment, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 344. Ziyue couldn't help but look at the source of the voice and said in surprise, "Senior Brother Ding?" The person who appeared in front of him was Ding Mao, who was also a disciple of the Chaiyang sect. Long before he joined the Chaiyang sect, he had met Ding Mao and participated in the encirclement of the cat demon that was about to gain psychic powers. They could be considered friends. "You've already been enlightened?" Ding Mao walked over enthusiastically. Suddenly, he felt that Ziyue's aura was different. He was shocked and hurriedly changed the way he addressed him unnaturally. Martial Uncle Bai, I broke through by luck." Ziyue smiled and saw his discomfort. He said, "Let's call each other Taoist friends." Okay. Ding Mao nodded hurriedly. Although he was surprised and had many doubts, he couldn't ask rashly. He just said, "I already knew that you have extraordinary strength, but I didn't expect you to break through to the Aperture Enlightening realm so quickly. This time, you were summoned by Martial Uncle Duan and specially came here, right? Martial Uncle Duan? No. Ziyue was slightly stunned and said in surprise. Then I might have misunderstood. Ding Mao smiled awkwardly and said, Martial Uncle Duan is the true disciple of the sect leader. He has great talent and strength, and is one of the strong contenders for the next sect leader of the Chaoyang sect. Even if you didn't come here on purpose, if you have nothing to do, you can meet him. If you can get Martial Uncle Duan's appreciation, it will be much smoother for our development in the Chaoyang sect. As he said, Ding Mao looked at Ziyue expectantly. He still had some thoughts in his mind. If he went alone, with his identity as a level 9 Qi refining realm cultivator, even if he received some hospitality, it wouldn't be regarded as important. But if Ziyue, who was already in the early stage of the Aperture Enlightening realm, was included, then the degree of importance would be completely different. At the same time, he could also gain great benefits. The smile on his face couldn't help but become more enthusiastic. Okay, Ziyue's eyes flashed. He saw through some of his thoughts and didn't refuse. That's great. A trace of pleasant surprise flashed in Ding Mao's eyes. He became even more cordial towards Ziyue and said, I've been to this Tianyuan market several times before. Although he didn't know it like the back of his hand, he was relatively familiar with it. I'll take you to our Chaoyang Dao Sect's Dao Hall to settle down. While we're at it, you can also visit Senior Brother Duan. After that, I'll take you around. There is definitely a lot of good stuff in this Tianyuan market. It will definitely broaden your horizons. Bai Ziyue nodded and didn't say anything else. He followed Ding Mao and headed into the market. Along the way, there were many shops. Among the bustling crowd, there were naturally more martial artists. However, the lowest level of martial artists was at the level of inner strength. There were very few martial artists who had refined their inner strength. In addition, there were quite a few immortal spell cultivators here. They were all dressed in Taoist robes and had inexplicable confidence on their faces. Only when they saw a cultivator like Ziyue, whose strength far surpassed theirs, would they reveal a look of awe. Suddenly, Ziyue raised his eyebrows and looked at a shop not far away. This shop was not ranked in the top 10 in the entire market, but it could be considered huge. It covered a large area and even had a backyard. However, there were two bare-chested strong men standing at the door of the shop. The two strong men were both first-class experts. They were tall and had ferocious faces. Just by standing at the door of the shop, they naturally made people feel respectful and fearful. Therefore, even though this shop was in an excellent location, it was still deserted and not many cultivators stepped into it. Golden Bamboo Sword Shop. Ziyue raised his head and looked at the shop's name. It's a pity that the Golden Bamboo Sword Shop is gone. Seeing Ziyue's puzzled face, Ding Mao hurriedly said, What do you mean? Ziyue asked. The Golden Bamboo Sword Shop is the property of the Huang family. However, since 5 years ago, the pillar of the Huang family, Grandmother Huang, who was in the late Aperture Enlightening realm, passed away. There was no new Enlightening realm immortal master to take over the family. Naturally, it could only be nibbled away. After a few years, the Huang family only had 2 properties left, the Golden Bamboo Forest in the Huang family manor and the Golden Bamboo Sword Shop. Obviously, the person behind the scenes did not intend to give up the property of the Golden Bamboo Sword Shop. He has already begun to blatantly coerce them. I estimate that it won't be long before this property changes owners. Ding Mao said with a slight sigh. In the immortal cultivation world, the law of the jungle was vividly displayed at this moment. Oh, Ziyue nodded thoughtfully and did not say anything in the end. Soon, he followed Ding Mao to the property of the Chaoyang sect, the Chuyang Gymnasium. Using the identity medallion, the two of them were able to smoothly settle down in this place. Martial Uncle Duan is the leader of the younger generation of disciples. When he was 27, he had already broken through from the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm to the Aperture Enlightening realm. When he was 35, he also broke through to the middle stage of the Aperture Enlightening realm. Now that 5 years have passed, no one knows what level he has reached. By the way, fellow cultivator Bai, I see that you look young. How old are you now? Ding Mao asked as he called Ziyue to meet Duan Xingchen. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Me? 20 years old. Ziyue thought for a while and decided to hide some information. However, even so, Ding Mao's face still revealed an extremely shocked expression. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and said in surprise, 20 years old? He suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Could it be that Ziyue's talent was even more shocking than martial uncle Duan Xingchen's? In terms of talent, I'm definitely not as good as senior brother Duan. I was just lucky and had a fortuitous encounter. Ziyue said humbly and thought of his own attribute panel. If not for the attribute panel, with his talent and martial arts, he would probably still be at the outer forging and inner refining realm. He would not even be able to cultivate inner force. As for the immortal technique realm, he estimated that he would at most be at the third level of the Qi refinement realm. Although it was considered pretty good in Qinghe Town, as his horizons were broadened, it seemed very weak. There was even a possibility that he would die prematurely. He could not help but feel somewhat fortunate. Yes, yes, Ding Mao agreed with difficulty. In the immortal cultivation world, although talent is important, fortuitous encounters are even more important. How many people cultivate for 10 years, but can't compare to someone else's fortuitous encounter? However, the ability to improve so quickly is definitely inferior to others who cultivate step by step. Martial Uncle Bai. Ding Mao could not continue. Even the way he addressed Duan Xingchen changed from fellow cultivator to martial uncle. What's wrong? Ziyue's mind was wandering, so he did not pay much attention to Ding Mao's words. He could not help but ask curiously. Although martial uncle Bai has reached the Aperture Awakening realm, I'm sure your ability is weaker than ordinary Aperture Awakening realm cultivators. I can ask martial uncle Duan to give me some pointers. Martial uncle Duan can become the leader of our Morning Sun sect's younger generation. Not only is he extremely talented, but he is also very powerful. The weapon he has is a set of flying swords. Each of the 18 flying swords has reached the level of an inferior grade spirit weapon. When the 12 flying swords are combined, their power is not much weaker than a superior grade spirit weapon. He also has a set of matching sword formations. He once had the battle record of suppressing a cultivator in the later stage of the Aperture Awakening realm. Ding Mao braced himself and spoke. The more he spoke, the louder his voice became. It was as if this was the only way to cover up his previous loss of composure. Ziyue nodded calmly. He had a better understanding of Duan Xingchen's ability. Haha, which junior brother is bragging like this? You're making me a little embarrassed. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Then, a door opened not far away. A handsome cultivator in a purple Taoist robe walked out. Behind him were two cultivators in the Aperture Awakening realm, one old and one young. The old man looked like he was about to die. His body emitted a gray color, but his immortal technique realm had already reached the later stage of the Aperture Awakening realm. As for the younger cultivator, he was in the early stage of the Aperture Awakening realm. There was a sharp aura in his aura, which showed that he was not ordinary. It's him. Ziyue looked at the person who spoke, and a look of realization flashed across his eyes. The two of them had met once before. Back then, when he had just exchanged for many Dharma spells and Dharma treasures from the Internal Affairs Hall, 3 Aperture Awakening realm cultivators had returned to the 3 sections. The only one who was not injured was the person in front of him. If he guessed correctly, it was martial uncle Duan Xingchen, whom Ding Mao had been talking about. Martial uncle Duan, elderly, martial uncle Xiao. At this moment, Ding Mao's body shook. He quickly stepped forward and greeted them respectfully. Duan Xingchen nodded slightly, then looked at Ziyue and said, "You look very unfamiliar. Are you also a disciple of our Chaoyang sect? How should I address you?" "I'm Ziyue. I just joined the Chaoyang sect not long ago." "Greetings, senior brother Duan, elderly and senior brother Xiao. Bai Ziyue cupped his fists and said, I see. I'm overjoyed that you're here to help. Xingchen, thank you very much. Duan Xingchen thought for a moment. He had indeed not heard of Ziyue's name, but he was still very enthusiastic and said, Actually, I just happened to be here this time. I bumped into senior brother Ding on the way here, so we came together. I wonder what senior brother Duan is referring to when you speak of helping out? Ziyue said cautiously, Do you mean that you don't want to help? Do you think that senior brother Duan is here to beg you? At this moment, the early-stage Aperture Awakening Realm cultivator with the surname Xiao said angrily, That's not it. If it's within my ability, I'm still willing to help. However, if it's too dangerous, please forgive me for not being able to help. But Ziyue wasn't angry. He merely spoke with a calm expression. Chapter 345. Ding Mao kept quiet out of fear. He wanted to say something, but when faced with so many enlightened spirit masters, he realized that he could not speak at all. It's all right. Duan Xingchen stopped Xiao Qing, who was about to speak, and explained, This matter has to be made clear in advance. My strength has already reached the peak of the middle stage of the enlightened spirit realm. I need to borrow the effects of the spirit pill to break through to the next realm. Now, most of the materials have been gathered, and the only thing missing is a water element demonic core. That's why I invited all of you to come together to deal with that demonic core. Demonic core? Ziyue was puzzled. What kind of demonic core is this? Even Martial Uncle Duan can't deal with it? Ding Mao asked hurriedly. The demonic core is not weak, but it's not too strong either. It's only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. However, its bloodline is a little special, and it's naturally stronger than other demonic cores of the same realm. Martial Uncle Li Yichen and I fought together, and although we managed to remain undefeated, we couldn't do anything to it. That's why I thought of asking all the martial brothers in the sect to fight together. Duan Xingchen explained. May I know who this demonic core is? Ziyue asked. Red Water Green Dragon. Duan Xingchen said frankly, although dragon demonic cores are naturally stronger than ordinary demonic cores, this Red Water Green Dragon is at most at the late stage of the enlightened spirit realm. Moreover, we've already thought of a countermeasure and plan to use the 7-star Mystic Fire Formation to restrain it. Although we don't have absolute confidence, we've already reduced the danger to the lowest. If Baishidi can join us, that's naturally the best. For this, I can give you a Jade Slip that records all the refining methods of a heavenly spirit restriction. Of course, if Martial Brother is unwilling, I won't force you. As he spoke, Duan Xingchen looked at Ziyue with a face full of anticipation. Obviously, although he did not want to force Ziyue, he still hoped that Ziyue would agree to join them. After all, one more person meant one more portion of strength. A cultivator in the enlightened Aperture realm was not weak. Ziyue pondered for a moment. He knew that since he had joined the Chaoyang sect, he would have to interact with others. Duan Xingchen was an open and honest person, and he was not someone he could not make friends with. Moreover, he had a Jade Slip that recorded the Heavenly Dipper restriction. The Tao of restrictions didn't seem to be that important to cultivators who weren't weapon refiners. However, Ziyue knew that once a cultivator refined a natal magic treasure, inscribing restrictions was also one of the indispensable methods in order to make it display a stronger power. With an additional Heavenly Dipper restriction, the power of the magic treasure would naturally be stronger. Now that there was a Heavenly Dipper restriction in front of him, he was unwilling to give it up. Thus, he looked at Duan Xingchen and said in a clear voice, since senior brother Duan has made it so clear, then wouldn't I be too tactless if I still refuse? Thank you, Baishidi. We will set off in 2 days. Duan Xingchen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly replied, 2 days later? Ziyue frowned slightly and said to himself, Then I'll strive to cultivate the immortal martial method to the beginner level within these 2 days. With my current knowledge, it's actually not difficult to understand this cultivation technique at all. However, I've already cultivated my martial arts and immortal techniques to an extremely high level, so it's not that easy to fuse them together according to the cultivation technique. This is also the reason why my cultivation progress is so slow. Ziyue glanced at his stats interface. The cultivation progress of the immortal martial method to the beginner level had already reached 76%, so he had a certain level of confidence in his heart. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. After midnight, Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. After several hours of cultivation, I've finally cultivated the immortal martial method to 83%, and according to this progress, there's hope that I'll be able to advance to 99% by tomorrow night. As for whether I'll be able to break through the barrier and officially reach the beginner level, it'll depend on my luck. Ziyue thought to himself and was slightly looking forward to it. Before the enlightenment stage, the immortal martial method to the immortal martial method would not fuse with martial arts. Therefore, most of the disciples of the enlightenment stage practiced martial arts. However, at most, they could only cultivate their martial arts to the level of first-rate expert. In fact, many cultivators only dabbled in martial arts and cultivated immortal techniques more. Therefore, when they were in the enlightenment stage, the immortal martial method to fuse with the immortal martial method to them was actually not that helpful. However, Ziyue was different. Regardless of whether it was immortal techniques or martial arts, he had already cultivated them to the peak. Although the difficulty of fusing them now was much higher than when the enlightenment stage cultivators cultivated, it was still much higher. However, the power after the fusion would be even more powerful. Ziyue had only just started cultivating, but the special immortal martial methods, true qi, and immortal martial methods, true qi, in his body had already formed a trace of tyrannical power. When the immortal martial method is completely fused, I estimate that the strength of my true qi will be at least twice as strong as it is now. Naturally, it will also increase my strength by more than twice as much. Ziyue had already vaguely guessed a trace of the true essence of the immortal martial method. Perhaps the true strength of this method was not the number of acupoints involved in the circulation of the immortal martial method, but the special immortal martial method's true qi. However, Ziyue raised his head and looked outside through the window. He thought to himself, "It's time." Then he stopped cultivating. After thinking for a while, he changed into a robe. Under the precise control of his muscles, his face instantly became older and his skin became slightly saggy. Although his eyes were still very lively, there was an additional sense of vicissitudes. Even his hair became gray and white, and there was an additional trace of time. Shape-shifting. This was a martial art that Ziyue had collected in the early days. It was a martial art that he had modified and created. Then, without a sound, and very abruptly, his figure disappeared from the spot. Invisibility technique. Do we still need to persevere? A faint sigh could be heard coming from one of the pavilions. Since the death of our old grandmother, our Huang clan has no enlightened immortal master. And now, the third prince is forcing us even more urgently. He only sent someone to guard the door. If he loses his patience, then our lives will be in danger. Persevering is definitely not a good idea, and we will not have a good ending. Don't take a step back. The voice spoke again, and it was filled with helplessness. Retreat? How can we retreat? If we retreat any further, our Huang clan will be completely finished. The Golden Bamboo Sword Workshop is the last property of our Huang clan. Now that the third prince is forcing us, if we retreat, when we take a fancy to our Golden Bamboo Forest, will we give it to him? Without the Golden Bamboo Forest, what hope does our Huang clan have? Not to mention restoring our old grandmother's glory. Even surviving will become a problem. A slightly tough female voice retorted. Today, the third prince sent someone to say that as long as you agree to the marriage, you will become his concubine. Father, who doesn't know that the third prince, Qian Guchuan, cultivates the 3 yin-yang returning technique. In these years, more than 10 female cultivators have died under him. Are you planning to push your daughter into the fire pit? Huang Qingya's voice suddenly became intense. How could this be? How could this be? Huang Qiulong muttered. What if I can help you solve this crisis? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the loft. Who is it? Huang Qiulong and Huang Qingya immediately stood up and looked around nervously. However, the loft was vast and empty, and the surroundings were silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, and no one appeared. I said, if I can help you solve this crisis, what will you do? The next moment, an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion with an immortal aura suddenly appeared in front of them. He looked at them with an indifferent smile and said, You can call me the Kunlun Taoist. Kunlun Taoist, enlightened immortal master. Huang Qiulong and Huang Qingya were shocked. Senior, are you willing to help my Huang family through this crisis? Huang Qingya's eyes lit up and said with a determined face, As long as you can protect my Huang family's property from being annexed, I am willing to pay any price. You don't need to test me. I am not interested in you. The old man shrugged and said casually. This old man was Ziyue without a doubt. Long ago, when he heard about the Huang family situation, he already had some ideas in his mind. After all, he had too many storage pouches and too many good things. It was actually very troublesome to find some shops to sell them, because even in a place like Tianyuan Market, one shop would definitely not be able to take all his gains. If he sold them separately, not only would it be troublesome, but it would also cause a huge commotion. Therefore, Liu deliberately changed his appearance and appeared in front of the Huang father and daughter. Senior, what are your orders? Huang Qingya's expression did not change, but she asked nervously. She was an extremely smart person. She knew that Ziyue must have a request in front of them. Therefore, she took the initiative to ask first to see if the Huang family could fulfill Ziyue's request. I have some things that I need your shop to sell. Ziyue said softly. May I know what it is? Huang Qingya asked hurriedly. Ziyue smiled and threw a storage pouch, saying, This is the first batch. There aren't many things, but if you can sell them all by tomorrow, there will be more. After that, there will be more things for you to deal with. The first batch? Huang Qingya asked doubtfully. She quickly reached out to take the storage pouch and spread her mental strength. Then, she was stunned and said in shock, 5 supreme-grade Dharma weapons, 15 upper-grade Dharma weapons, 20 middle-grade Dharma weapons. There are also crescent moon pills, pure essence pills, rejuvenation pills, 21st grade high-grade talismans, 71st grade mid-grade talismans. There are so many of them. They're worth at least 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. She was stunned and at a loss. Chapter 346. The Huang family's golden bamboo sword mill was facing a difficult situation. In addition to the lack of high-end combat power and the aggressive third prince, the most important thing was the lack of supply. Without various magic weapons, elixirs, and talismans, how could they attract so many cultivators to come and buy? Now, the entire golden bamboo sword mill was actually only supported by some golden bamboo swords and golden bamboo shoots produced by the family's golden bamboo forest. As a result, this mysterious Kunlun Taoist casually threw out various magic weapons, elixirs, and talismans worth 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. This kind of shock made Huang Qingya's head dizzy. It should be known that when the Huang family was at its peak, the entire family's property was only 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. These things seemed to belong to the Dao Accomplishment sect, especially this Vajraal and the White-Bone Jade Sword. If I remember correctly, they were the magic weapons used by the 4th elder of the Dao Accomplishment sect in the early years. At this moment, Huang Qiulong also took the storage bag. After the initial shock, he quickly discovered something. His face was full of shock. He looked at Ziyue in disbelief and said in surprise, The Dao Accomplishment sect has just been destroyed. The 4th elder, Jiang Lu, has also fallen. Coincidentally, the magic weapons used by Jiang Lu in the early years appeared here. Huang Qiulong's body and mind were cold. His face was full of fear and shock. Yes, it's me. Ziyue looked at him with a faint smile and said casually, No problem. We will definitely be able to sell these things by tomorrow. Huang Qingya shuddered, fearing that her father would say something else, so she hurriedly replied. At this time, she really understood what Ziyue meant by the first batch. With the foundation of the Tao Accomplishment Sect, the things in the storage bag in front of them might be precious in their eyes. However, compared to the many spiritual weapons and other good things on Ziyue's body, they were nothing at all. I hope so, Ziyue said lightly. Very suddenly, his figure disappeared without a trace again, as if he had never appeared. Huang Qiulong and Huang Qingya were horrified. They looked at each other with panic written all over their faces. Both of them were only at the qi refining stage. Among them, Huang Qiulong was at the 9th level of the qi refining stage, and Huang Qingya was at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. Not to mention that Ziyue had already practiced the invisibility technique to perfection. Even if he only practiced it to the beginner level, they wouldn't be able to detect him. Senior should have left, right? After a long while, Huang Qingya finally spoke up, her voice trembling with fear. I think so. Huang Qiulong hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, However, Senior seems to have forgotten to help us resolve this crisis. As for the third prince, don't worry. Meanwhile, a faint voice could be heard all of a sudden. Huang Qiulong and Huang Qingya's hearts skipped a beat. Senior, after a long while, the two of them finally dared to move. Ordinary cultivator clans were far inferior to immortal cultivation sections. After all, no matter how big a clan was, the number of people who had the aptitude to cultivate immortal arts was very limited. However, the Qian family of the Deqian nation was an exception. The Qian family, which had been established for more than 700 years, had the power of tens of millions of people in the Deqian nation. They were so powerful and had so many treasures that they were even better than the top immortal cultivation sections. The princes of the Deqian nation were actually equivalent to the true disciples of the immortal cultivation sections. Although their strength might not be as good, each of them had an important position because of their status. If they had the opportunity to fight for the throne, they would be valued more than the true disciples of the 7 great immortal cultivation sections. The information about the Deqian imperial family flashed through Ziyue's mind, but his face remained calm. Although the third prince, Qian Guchuan, was also at the aperture enlightening stage, he was far inferior to the first prince, second prince, and 7th prince. He relied more on the power of his mother's family and the Kong family. Moreover, although Ziyue planned to help the Huang family get through this crisis, he didn't want to kill anyone. Therefore, he was quite relaxed both physically and mentally. Under the invisibility technique, his figure flashed quickly. It was difficult for anyone to find his trace. Soon, he arrived outside a big house. Without any hesitation, Ziyue's figure moved. He didn't cause any fluctuation and silently flew in. The warning formation above the courtyard was not activated in the slightest. I didn't expect Qian Guchuan to be so cautious. He even set up an array around his room. Ziyue appeared outside a building in the big house. He was a little surprised as he looked at the thick fog around him. However, it was only a second-grade, low soundproof protective array. It wouldn't have any effect on him. He waved his hand, and the treasure-stabilizing divine light rushed out. Immediately, the formation that was originally operating smoothly began to show signs of stagnation. Taking advantage of the stagnation of the array, Ziyue calmly stepped into it. In an instant, light appeared in front of him. Then, a presumptuous laughter entered Ziyue's ears. Ha ha! Scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. Ha ha! Following that, a miserable howl was heard. Soon, the howl grew weaker. Ziyue's face couldn't help but show a strange expression. Boom! He reached out and slammed the door open. The scene inside also appeared in front of Ziyue. A man and a woman were superimposed on each other. The man was middle-aged. His aura was strong, and his essence qi was rising. Below him was a woman who looked to be in her late 20s. Her face withered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, her essence chi was scattered. Her aura was weak, and she was on the verge of death. Who is it? The man cried out in alarm and quickly jumped up. With a thought, a layer of shining golden defensive shield appeared in front of him. Under the crushing pressure of the powerful aura, the array outside instantly changed and rose up. Spiritual energy plus 15. A message about the increase of spiritual energy suddenly flashed in front of Ziyue's eyes, causing his face to change. Dead. The woman who was on the verge of death couldn't withstand the pressure of the middle-aged man's aura and died. Even if he knew that the woman's essence chi had been sucked dry, even if she didn't die, she would be at death's door. She wouldn't be able to hold on for long. But in his heart, a ruthless aura involuntarily emerged. Absorption technique, you deserve to die. Bai Ziyue immediately forgot that he had planned to explain himself. A flying sword turned into a stream of light and shot out in an instant. Peak Awakening Realm. Spare me. I'm the third prince of the Qian country, Qian Guchuan. You can't kill me. She's just a mortal, no. Qian Guchuan exclaimed. At the same time, he desperately shouted and retreated. All kinds of defensive methods were used one after another. But it was useless. The flying sword streaked across. It was fast and sharp to the extreme. Regardless of whether it was a defensive talisman or a defensive spiritual tool, under Ziyue's supreme-grade evading divine sword, it was like a piece of paper that was easily pierced through. Puff! A gaping hole appeared on his forehead. Spiritual energy plus 37,235. Mortal? The more you attack a mortal, the more you deserve to die. Ziyue's eyes were filled with coldness. He slightly waved his hand and kept the storage pouch of the other party. Immediately after, a pitch-black flame was shot out and burned Qian Guchuan and the woman's corpses to ashes. Then, 2 middle-rank spiritual artifacts appeared on Qian Guchuan's corpse. After keeping the spiritual tools, Ziyue's figure slightly flashed and disappeared. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Kong mansion? Right at this moment, a thunderous sound rang out. The void rumbled, and the array that Qian Guchuan had set up was directly destroyed. But there was no trace of anyone inside the array. Chaoyang Martial Hall, in a room. Bai Ziyue's figure turned from illusory to corporeal and suddenly appeared. I already knew that the third prince Qian Guchuan had a bad reputation, but I didn't expect that he would directly cultivate an evil technique. Although it would be troublesome to kill him directly, what do I have to be afraid of? After cultivating an immortal technique, if I'm still like an ordinary person, what's the point of being afraid of such a noble son like a tiger and avoid him like a scorpion? What I should pursue is to be carefree and clear of my thoughts. Ziyue's expression was calm, and he didn't care. Not to mention that his current strength was enough to suppress many troubles. But whether the other party could find out that he was the one who killed Qian Guchuan was still unknown. Then, he looked at the harvest of this time. After easily removing the restriction on the storage pouch, Ziyue poured out the contents. 2 middle-grade spiritual weapons. One of them is a defensive spiritual weapon. Although it's exquisite, it's nothing much. But the other one is actually an evil spiritual weapon like the filthy Yingu sword. Ziyue's face turned slightly dark. The filthy Yingu sword was created by using the filthy Yingu sword from 1,000 women. Using the filthy Yin Shi in their bodies, the heart-corroding venomous worms were planted and refined through a special method. Once hit by this sword, the filthy Yingu sword would invade, and the spiritual property of the spiritual weapon would be greatly lost. When the filthy Yingu sword touched a person's body, it would instantly corrode the person's physical body and primordial spirit, causing indelible damage. I didn't expect that the third prince of the great Qian country would not only cultivate the 3 Yingu Yang technique, but also refine such a vicious spiritual weapon. He's no different from an evil cultivator or a demonic cultivator. Ziyue inwardly rejoiced that he was able to kill the other party in time. Otherwise, if the other party continued to refine and raise the grade of the filthy Yingu sword, more people would be killed. But I can't keep this sword. As Bai Ziyue thought to himself, a clump of pitch-black flames flew out and quickly engulfed him. Spiritual energy plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 1,000. Instantly, a large number of spiritual energy values appeared in front of his eyes. Chapter 347. Soon, under the seven demons' true fire, the middle-grade spiritual weapon, the filthy venomous sword, was destroyed and burned into a mass of molten iron. And the amount of his spiritual energy had also soared by more than 53,000 points. My spiritual energy has increased by more than 53,000 points. Ziyue was a little surprised. All along, the way he obtained spiritual energy was extremely simple. As long as someone died within a certain range of him, his spiritual energy would increase. Like the situation now, it seems to have happened before. Ziyue quickly remembered that he had once relied on the soul-subduing talisman to destroy the round jade he obtained from the little ghost. At that time, he had relied on this method to obtain nearly 1,000 points of spiritual energy from the round jade. However, later on, he tried the same method on other artifacts, but did not obtain any increase in spiritual energy. In addition, after his strength increased, it was much easier to obtain spiritual energy, so he gradually stopped investigating. At this time, encountering such a situation again, it immediately made him think of a lot of things. Perhaps it's because of the characteristics of the artifacts. For example, the round jade and the filthy venomous sword are both items of the attribute. Ziyue pondered for a moment, and his consciousness immediately swept through the storage bag. Soon, another artifact appeared in his hand. Low-grade artifact, the corpse controlling ring. This was also something he had obtained early on, and he had been ignoring it in the corner. With a thought, a black flame immediately covered it. Chi-chi. In an instant, the corpse controlling ring was burned to ashes. Spiritual energy plus 1,242. My spiritual energy has indeed increased. In this case, I finally have a little more means to increase my spiritual energy. Ziyue was slightly excited. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Then, he began to count again. 1 supreme-grade artifact, 3 high-grade artifacts, 5 middle-grade artifacts, dozens of talismans of each grade, 42,000 low-grade spirit stones for bottles of spirit pills. In total, it's worth more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then, there are 7 jade scroll eyes, 5 formation discs, 50 women's undergarments of various types, and white cloth with red balls. Ziyue's face was expressionless as he burned the woman's underwear and white cloth. His mind was more focused on the 7 jade slips. With a slight brush of his divine sense, all the records in the pupil jade slip flowed into his mind. 3 yin-yang returning technique, great strength diamond body, impure energy reincarnation technique, rejuvenation pill formula. Ziyue frowned. Whether it was the 3 yin-yang returning technique or the impure qi reincarnation technique, they were all evil techniques. Although they were somewhat exquisite, Ziyue did not intend to cultivate them. However, although the 3 yin-yang reversal technique was a method of plucking, it was not completely useless. Ziyue discovered that this cultivation method only passed through 276 acupoints. However, perhaps due to the peculiarity of the cultivation method, there were 62 acupoints that did not overlap with the acupoints that he had already mastered. In this way, the number of acupoints he had collected had increased to 585. It could be said that he had made great progress. As for the great strength diamond body, it was actually a cultivation method of the immortal martial real body. There's not much difference between them, but the focus was different. Ziyue carefully comprehended it and skipped over it. With the immortal martial real body, he did not need to deliberately cultivate this cultivation method, because the improvement was limited. As for the rejuvenation pill formula, Ziyue said that he did not need it and that he would not need it in the future, so he had to put it away. Even though it was already late at night, the fall of the great Qian kingdom's third prince, Qian Guchuan, still caused a huge commotion. Soon, the entire Tianyuan market was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people felt that this was a joyous matter, but they were also slightly nervous and began to investigate. However, all of this naturally had nothing to do with Bai Ziyue. After checking the spoils of war, Ziyue's mind turned back to cultivation. Circulating the cultivation method, the Yuan force and true qi in his body vibrated at the same time and began to slowly fuse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strands and strands of fused energy slowly transformed under the circulation of the cultivation method, forming a thick and unique origin energy. This Yuan force had a strong aura and contained traces of terrifying power. Not only could it be used to perform martial arts, but it could also be used to perform immortal techniques. It could be said that it had the characteristics of both immortal martial and was very powerful. This special Yuan force shall be called the Immortal Yuan Force. Ziyue thought to himself as he continued to circulate the immortal martial cultivation method. He carefully comprehended the changes and progress of this cultivation method. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the sky became bright again. After a night of cultivation, the aura on Bai Ziyue's body changed a little. It seemed to be more fierce, and there was an inexplicable sense of weight in his aura. The immortal martial cultivation method is now at 94%. The true qi and yuan force in my body have almost completely transformed into immortal yuan force. Ziyue was slightly excited. At this time, the number of acupoints that he had ignited did not change. However, his strength had increased significantly compared to before. Naturally, he was very happy. Continue. I must cultivate the immortal martial cultivation method to the beginner level by today. 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, Ziyue spent the entire day cultivating. During this time, Ding Mao invited him to sit down with a few of his fellow disciples and discuss the Tao. However, he refused. As such, when night fell, he finally cultivated the immortal martial cultivation method to the beginner level of 99%. The true qi and yuan force in my body have completely transformed into immortal yuan force. Correspondingly, I have also cultivated the immortal martial cultivation method to the beginner level of 99%. I am only one step away from the beginner level. However, this step may seem simple, but it requires more luck and comprehension. The invisibility technique was like this previously. If I had not seen Wu Zhonghui use that technique, I would not have been able to comprehend the profoundness of it so quickly and cultivate it to the beginner level. It wasn't that easy to learn the basics of the Tao, of the immortal martial Tao. However, can I use this method to comprehend it in reverse? Ziyue slowly opened his eyes, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Then he quickly thought of the immortal martial true body that he cultivated, the great immortal martial palm. These two techniques and the immortal martial cultivation method could be said to be of the same origin. There were similarities between them. In that case, could he use some of the ideas of these two techniques to cultivate the immortal martial cultivation method to the beginner level? As he pondered silently, he quickly began to try. He had already cultivated the other two techniques to the perfection stage. His foundation could be said to be incomparably solid. Inferring in reverse, he immediately had countless inspirations in his mind. As if he was enlightened, Ziyue quickly activated the immortal martial cultivation method. Large waves rolled, and the turbulence was like a river flowing into the sea, rapidly circulating throughout his body. Boom! His consciousness felt a kind of rumbling sound. Ziyue's aura suddenly surged. With a slight movement, a series of creaking sounds could be heard, as if the chair could not withstand the pressure. Crack! There was a loud sound. In the room, the tables, chairs, and beds all collapsed. Ziyue's aura also surged. After a while, it slightly shrank and retracted. Fortunately, there was a formation set up. Otherwise, such a commotion would have attracted the surrounding prying eyes. However, before he could care about the scene of the room collapsing, Ziyue's face was already filled with incomparable surprise. It is indeed effective. I have reached the beginner level of the immortal martial cultivation method. I didn't expect it to be so fast and so easy. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. The entry level of the immortal martial cultivation method immediately caused the immortal martial origin energy in Ziyue's body to have an additional special aura, as if it had a life of its own, flowing freely. When it passed by the already lit acupoints, it shone faintly, causing the already shining acupoints to have an inexplicable sense of power. In terms of soul energy, I now have 42 million soul energy points. It should be enough to upgrade the immortal martial cultivation method. Ziyue did not hesitate, because the upgrade of the immortal martial cultivation method not only represented the increase of his strength, but also the power of his immortal martial true body and great immortal martial handprint. It could also make the power of his great immortal martial handprint break through the shackles, undergo a transformation, and reach the level of being comparable to a divine ability. The power of a divine ability. Even though Ziyue had not really seen the power of a divine ability and how powerful it was, he was very clear that even the weakest divine ability could be used to fight against people of a higher level. In other words, even if he was only an Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivator, once he used a divine ability, he could erupt with a super strong power comparable to a God Realm expert's full strength attack. But to go against the odds and defeat the strong as the weak, just this point alone was enough to make him tremble. Therefore, he almost could not wait to cast his gaze on the attribute panel. The Purple Chi visualization technique involves 369 acupoints, while the immortal martial cultivation method involves 378 acupoints. Including the acupoints that do not overlap, there are a total of 26 acupoints. In this case, the number of acupoints that I need to reignite is 35. This thought flashed through Ziyue's mind, and soon his gaze fell on the immortal martial cultivation method. Consume 515 soul energy points to upgrade the immortal martial cultivation method to perfection. Upgrade. Without any hesitation, Ziyue directly chose to upgrade. In an instant, the 29 acupoints in Ziyue's body that had not yet been ignited trembled at the same time. Then they were quickly flushed open and ignited. At the same time, the purple mansion in Ziyue's Dantian expanded rapidly, and his origin energy surged out, turning into a long river that quickly flowed through all the acupoints in his body, cleansing them bit by bit. In his mind, countless mysteries about the immortal martial cultivation method rapidly emerged. Ziyue's eyes flickered with uncertainty. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full 60 breaths, this upgrade and transformation finally stopped. Ziyue also opened his eyes. The immortal martial cultivation method has reached perfection. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.